Millimeter, it be accurately measured. It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, flight over ground. Descending from that breeze, heading in degrees. Horizontal, flat, EST. Now you know it's flat below ground. Measured flat. You hearing me now?
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Sven P, Curved Fart, Pablo de la Cruz, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, J Mel's 24, Unimento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Bob Barker, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video. But with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. Sorry, what now?
So Neil's late today. He's normally there, biting, chomping up the bit.
I don't mind. It gives me an opportunity to test this mic out. So I keep frittering between, if that's the right term, 3 different mics. This one's got the quietest switch, so I always end up reverting back to it. Because if I ever edit the videos that I've used the other mics in, when I hear clunk, it really bugs me. So this mic's got a nice silent switch. See what I mean? I can just turn it off and on, don't hear anything happening. Anyway.
So your mic is activated all the time while you switch to talk?
Well, it's got both. So it's got a gate, a digital gate, that the volume has to creep beyond a certain point before it'll engage the line on the system. But the mic itself has got a physical switch on it as well. So I can turn it off. So if I was in the kitchen making a cup of coffee, obviously I want it to be capable of making my voice heard in the Hangout, but I also don't want it to be permanently on. So I need a local switch on the mic itself to be able to mute. So if I'm, like I say, foaming up a cup of coffee and you guys are having a discussion, then it goes silent. I need the ability to pick this mic up, turn it on, say, yes, I agree with you all, you're all very interesting, and then turn it off again and let you carry on talking after getting the subtle hint.
Yeah, half the problem is, even if sometimes I do want to say something, by the time I've selected the correct screen so that I now can press the space bar and talk, it's usually too late.
Exactly. There's a certain flow to the discussion that you want to be able to have. And in my case, like now, I do need to be able to turn the mic off because my wife's banging around in the kitchen doing things. So when I finish this sentence, the mic must turn off. Otherwise, you'll just hear the noise of the clattering in the background.
Yeah, well, I'm always wary about making sure I turn the mic off. But I'm not using it because the phones ring in, all sorts of stuff going on, people talking, so...
Me swearing.
Like Junior swearing, yeah.
Yeah, you're very conscientious. Like you say, you get halfway through a sentence and somebody's disturbing you on a phone call or asking you a question in the shop.
Yeah, it's not that I don't want to talk. Sometimes, I really want to get, stick my point in somewhere. But yeah, if I haven't got the time to do it, it's just. I don't even get 5 pence worth.
You don't get your single penny worth in.
Oh, I always thought it was 10 pence worth, but 5p, I don't even get half. 5p, isn't it? Sixpence, 2.5p.
Okay. Helen.
Hey up, lads. How's it going?
Yeah, not bad.
Hey, dude.
I've just noticed, like, there's been a couple of times I've posted videos into Master B, and the links just aren't showing up. I don't know whether it's if I post from my PC and look on my phone, it doesn't quite update them. It's the same when you post the Hangout links. Sometimes I don't see it, so I don't know what's going on there. It's pretty frustrating.
I found the exact same thing the other day on the show. I don't know if you remember, I was like asking Neil to repost a link I'd already posted in Master B ready for the show. So the whole point of that is it's like a back room for the show. And having links not work when you go to use them live is really frustrating. So yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from.
But the other day there was one video that was from high altitude balloon footage. I can't remember the name of the channel or anything. I kind of popped it in there so I wouldn't forget, to be honest. But the main thing I wanted to point out in that was all the rays coming from the sun when it was up at like 110,000 feet or whatever. Then last night I posted a random video I stumbled across by James May, and it was all about Captain Cook. It was quite interesting.
You reposted them since? As in, can I go and get them now?
No. I'm grafting and I popped them in there so I wouldn't forget them, to be honest. But I'll try and find them again later.
No worries. There's nothing on the agenda for today, that's all. So it would actually be quite useful to have a video to respond to. Not that there's ever anything on the agenda particularly.
The James May one, there was little snippets that would have been useful, but it was like an hour-long show going over the life. Loads of stuff that I didn't know about Cook, but the navigation, this, that, and that other. It was quite interesting, if you're a nerd, I guess. But there was a few snippets that would have probably needed time stamping from that, because it was quite a long video.
Yeah, normally stuff that James May's involved is going to get me a copyright strike. That's the other concern.
Have the real tennis club, which was the first form of lawn tennis, was invented in Leamington. Obviously, it was adopted by Queen Victoria once because she liked to come and sit in the spa waters, which is why it's called Royal Leamington Spa. But I ditched the Royal and I ditched the spa, which is called Leamington.
Yeah, a bit like Cheltenham. People just call it Cheltenham.
Is that Royal Cheltenham?
Yeah, it's a spa town as well. But people just drop the Royal and drop the spa and it just becomes Cheltenham. Same with Leamington, it's just Leamington, right? Not Royal Leamington Spa.
There is another Leamington somewhere, not far away, actually.
Yeah, but it's like a tiny little village.
Yeah, but if we lose both Royal and, you could get confused. You could end up in a tiny little village.
Yeah, I guess so.
Or not. Depends what the map says.
This is Lemon Town.
I don't know. I mean, obviously, we have the River Lem, but was that named because it... The River Lem.
No, it's because we've got all those software designing houses around here. So the guys that made Lemmings, they're from here.
I don't know if this is true about Sunderland. Sorry.
Well, we had Codemasters for a long time, didn't we? Until they, from what I understand, they're no longer.
Oh, they're not. I didn't know that. I thought they were still here.
No, I was talking. We still get a few developers in, and somebody was telling me no that they finished, sold up.
Okay.
Why don't they used to have the minibus around the corner? Used to pick up the staff because when they moved out of town, they used to have a minibus come to Leamington to pick people up every day.
I don't know if this is true, but I've heard it a few times over the years. But I think Sunderland got its name because it's the land torn asunder by the weir. The River Weir just goes right through the middle of it.
You know, I think most towns have a river running through them, don't they? That's because when we used to use water as a transport more often than not, I think.
Sunderland's also got like a Greek style, or what you call that party. I don't know, the big colony buildings. We've got one on the top of on a hill in Sunderland, which is visible for quite a distance around. Not many people know that.
Well, we've got a mosque which does similar.
Oh dear.
Not a mosque, it's a temple.
Oh, yeah, no, I could be right there. Is it a Sikh temple?
Yes.
What are they trying to find?
Yeah, because you don't hear the call to prayer, do you?
I certainly did when I lived in Birmingham.
I remember when I used to spend some time down the East End, and yeah, it's actually, I don't know, it's quite distressing. I think these constant calls to come and pray. It's just, I don't know. I did find it distressing. Maybe it was subconscious. Maybe I needed to go and pray, and I was just avoiding it.
You just get used to it. I remember in Birmingham, the mosque was directly opposite the church, and the vicar used to get very annoyed because they'd trample the flower beds walking across the church yard to get to the mosque.
Yeah, but you can't be seen to be supporting other religions, can you? When you've got your religion, you're not. You shouldn't be tempting the devil in, should you?
I don't know. I'll just have a look. Give me a minute. I'll look it up.
Other religions are not real. Yours, as Neil would tell you, there's only one true religion. Or not religion, as he says. But then, should you tolerate the others?
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Yeah, but not for trampling your flowers every week.
I mean, that's just a people issue, though, isn't it? That's not necessarily saying I dislike these Muslims. It's saying I dislike the people trampling on my flower beds. The fact that their motivation is to get to the prayer meeting that's being called.
Yeah, fair point. They are. So that's when I say I'm not racist. I'm culturist. I hate some cultures. People who trample on flowers, I hate.
Well, religions aren't races.
Say again. All religions what?
Religions aren't races.
No, they're religionist, if that's even a word.
They have specific words depending on which religion you're not fond of, like Islamophobe or whatnot.
Like the Goyim, that's a certain word from a religion, isn't it?
Well, it's the words they call the non-believers or the great unwashed of the rest of them. There's also, is it kafar or I don't bother myself with any of that shit.
I get a quick check from Discord. Just make sure you're actually working. Earth to Discord.
Check 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Yes, Zark. Thank you. Right, 10 minutes, we'll go live.
I think maybe Neil's in depression after the football last night.
You know, it's funny all these religions, how people get the backs up and like you were saying, oh, how can Christians and Muslims get on, or Islam and Christianity? But it's funny because it was the Anglicans who let all these religions in, so they were quite Christian. You know.
Is that new Universal Studios getting built down your way then, Nathan? I don't know.
Is there anything anybody wants to cover today specifically? If not, it's going to be a day of interacting with the chat. Chat interactions it is.
One of those videos that I tried sending through before was about GSL. I'm just pulling that out my arse. It's America's other space agency, they call themselves, but it's very DIY. But their crack is making like high altitude blimps and stuff like that. And what was my bloody point? I've lost my point.
It's not much use anyway because you haven't posted the video. The links doesn't work, right?
That's just not bloody showing up.
I'm so freaking pissed off right now.
Did the Lakers lose?
No, I'm looking at this freaking thing saying, when is Nathan going to start his show? And then I scroll up and he started at 7:23. That shit annoys me.
Well, we've just been moaning about how we don't seem to get the links to work in Teams anymore. Weird.
The links don't work in Teams. A lot of things don't work in freaking Teams.
Yeah, Teams is
like, why am I not notified immediately that you got the link put up? I'm looking at the last thing I text. I go to scroll, it doesn't move. Sit down again, like 7:55. Was there no show? Scroll, and then the phone moves. And I noticed that the show started at 7:23. It's infuriating.
Neil, do you just use Teams on your mobile phone, or do you use it on a PC as well?
All I have is my phone. So everything I do is on the phone.
All right, like if I look into Teams on my phone, then look on my PC, then the links that I've just posted just don't bloody show up. I was mentioning earlier on, I stuck a few videos in over the last week and they have not bloody shown up.
Exactly. Look, I didn't see anything. I keep seeing the little screenshots that were sent, right? To show that they don't stop talking about us. This guy's definitely at a bear. East is west is at a bear. There's no question about it, right? So, but I posted those yesterday. So I keep looking and I'm still there. I'm like, wow, nobody even posted anything. So this is a problem.
Oh, now you're here. I haven't really got anything planned, like always, Neil. So, any idea what we should talk about in today's live show? 2 minutes till we go live.
Oh, since I'm the main content provider, and I'm taking my cue from old men. Oh, yeah, that's right. And Hawk destroyed me. That was hysterical when I read that message in your Uncut and After show yesterday. One of our favorite fans came in. Hawk destroyed you. I'm like, really? In what? Anyway, it's funny. We got a lot of fans. What can you do, Nathan? They love to hate, flat earth debate, and anybody that's part of it.
Yeah. I was only paying half attention. My legs are covered in insect bites for some reason.
Holy shit.
Oh,
Let me tell you what happened last night. Hold on. Last night, like at freaking 1 o'clock in the morning, my wife comes running out. Oh my gosh, there's a huge bug. I'm like, what? One of them freaking palmetto bugs in it. I feel bad for my wife, but at least it was her and not me. She said she heard something fly by her head. So I go in there and I'm like, I don't know, lights. I don't see anything. She's like, it's a huge bug. You don't see it right there? We got white pillows. I'm not seeing anything. So evidently this freaking alien creature went under the pillow. So I'm just like, I'm like a bitch with that shit. Not that I'm afraid, but they just skeeve me. So I'm throwing the pillows one at a time on the floor. And sure enough, I can't even tell you how big this freaking creature was. But all I know is if I miss, he might kill me. How are you?
Good to be here.
Oh, well, I'm pleased to hear it. I've absolutely nothing planned. Very relaxed as it happens to be a beautiful day here in the UK. That is to say, it is not boiling our internal organs as we walk around in our own domains. It's actually of a reasonable temperature, so I'm not pouring with sweat. It's nice. It's nice to be sat here.
Burning my internal organs. That's a good one. Did you hear my story about the creature that invaded my house last night?
I did. You were talking about some bug that your wife was freaking out about, like the maid in Tom and Jerry jumping up on top of her stool.
Well, they're huge. They can grow up to 40 milliliters or millimeters, whatever it is. And like, I don't know how they get in the house. It's got to be the vents. But if I was in the bed, I was up watching something on TV. But if I was on a bed, that thing would have flew right in my freaking mouth or on my face. Disgusting, man. Anyway, they're huge. And if you miss, there's a chance they'll kill you.
Okay. Your wife curse in her native tongue when she's scared?
No, my wife doesn't. They consider, that's why I say shit to them is not a curse. So I laugh when people say, mind your tongue when you say shit. But that's the most she'll go is shit. But yeah, she was freaking out last night. Like everything's like she's having a little hard time, I guess, being away from her family. So every time something like this happens, there's that little throw in there that we moved to Alabama and this shit won't happen in New York. Anyway, it's good. What are we going to talk about today?
Well, talking of being scared, if you consider that in our current assessment of the situation, there's a certain number of flat earthers that just like to sniff their own farts with their newfound heliocentric knowledge. But there's also going to be a certain number of flat earthers, and again, I can relate to this, like not being arrogant, but usual trope of I've been there or I've been in your position. But there's a certain number of flat earthers that don't know for sure and without a doubt that Earth is flat. And in many instances, I feel that the reason they're bracing against globe believers is to try and affirm their own bias, like we often criticise the globe believers for doing. Like, there's a reason they're bracing against us, or previously what the stereotype version of us, the flat Earth version of us, is braced against by heliocentric believers that we would call anti-flat earthers, is because they don't know for sure and without a doubt they're on a ball, and the consensus not being completely adhered to unnerves them to the point that they want to rebel, brace against, or in some instances actually punish the people who are destroying the consensus, because that's how the foundations of heliocentrism remain intact from a reification standpoint. It's consensus based as opposed to measurement based. Now, at the moment, I feel that there's certain people in that category, the anti-flat earth, that's globe believing category, that find what we do currently just too painful to even witness. That is to say, it's too difficult to cope with us pointing out how foundationally flat the heliocentric worldview is. As I say, there's a level of cognitive dissonance that I do believe is a little bit too far. Pointing out the foundational requirements for a flat Earth is that step too far for the heliocentric believers. But it just seems to, on the one hand, get me praise from people who seem like normies, like my audience members that are thin on the ground, but the kind of people I actually want to appeal to. Like what seems like average Joe, right? Joe Public or Joanne Public, where they're like, I appreciate what you've done in the last 10 years because now I understand. And they don't say it in these terms, but in a roundabout way they do. For sure and without a doubt that Earth is flat. They express their gratitude through comments. But they're normally normies. They're not the stereotypical flat earthers, the fart-sniffing variety or the conspiratorial variety. They're just normies. Whereas those flatties, maybe that could be the focus of today, the ones that aren't 100% sure the Earth is flat and therefore brace against a perceived enemy so that the debate can take place. Because then there's the ambiguity existent in their mind verbalized between two parties in debate, making it seem more normal that they have an incongruence or an inconsistency or a cognitive dissonance, however you want to phrase it, for their belief in flat Earth as opposed to their understanding of how Earth is measured flat. Do you know what I mean when I categorise that group? Whoever, I'm asking this in a general way to anybody
Yes.
who's listening.
Yes, I've been saying this for a while too. I don't know if they fit into the same group. It's, to me, the ones that are going back and forth in the back chats. They're the ones that they're flat earthers. They say they know Earth is measured flat, but they're constantly in a debate. I think that they don't know for sure, and they're trying to convince themselves, if that's what you're saying. But it don't make sense, because how hard is it to understand what a measurement is? Like, there's somebody in chat that this guy says a certain amount of flat earthers who just keep on repeating their mantra of measured flat, right? Well, it's a fact. It's not a mantra. It's the reality. So no matter how many times we got to keep on saying it before it sinks in, we'll say it because it's a fact.
Yeah, I'm less concerned with people getting the... Let's just agree with you first. You're absolutely correct. It's a fact when we say there's an axiomatic principle being measured when we talk about flat Earth, the surface level, the sea level, the eye level, perpendicularity. It's all axioms that are tied to a measurement of Earth and its surface. But I'm not really too concerned about that particular bit of what you just said. The bit I'm more concerned, or going to focus on at least, is the bit where you said there's a group of flat earthers who appeal to this blah, 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 whatever they're trying to deny, axiomatic measurement facts that I don't really care if they disagree with. It's the reflection of the globe believers' appeal to consensus. That is to say, there's a perception that there's a necessity to believe the majority or a group, regardless of if it's in the majority, of flat earthers who say a specific thing. So there's this appeal to a group, like it needs to contrast the very expansive consensus viewpoint that I described being cognitively dissonant when you see someone step away from the point of view of a globe believer, at least. In other words, the group that has a globe belief is formed with the consensus, and when somebody sees somebody step outside of that consensus, it annoys them. It makes the illusion of the consensus making the reality a bit silly, because suddenly you've got a consensus that's fractured. So you need to address that, like patch it back up. But because that's what globe faith is based on, having a consensus that says, oh yeah, we all know it's a ball. We were all taught it in high school. Therefore, when you contrast it, there suddenly seems to be a necessity to say, well, do you flat earthers have a consensus about how the rhetoric of a flat earth should be presented to the masses so they can get behind you as the consensus moving forward? And if the answer is no, well, then you've got a fractured belief, rhetoric, whatever the words you used a minute ago, mantra for Earth measurements. You're like, from my point of view, I'm saying something very different to my audience currently, which is, if I don't say Earth's measured flat, still will be. I mean, that's an axiomatic necessity when you come to measuring Earth. So who cares if I'm saying it? What's that? There's a group that have it as their mantra. All right. Would it help that troll if I say, I'll disband them, shall I? If you've ascribed me as their leader. Should I disband them? Oh, one of the trolls doesn't like you saying in unison that Earth is flat. So I say, don't say it anymore. It'll make them feel better. But it won't actually alter how flat everyone measures Earth in all circumstances. But just from me to you, the group that I'm perceived to be some sort of leader of, there's a troll that doesn't like it and says it's a mantra. So can you just stop saying it? Like I say, it doesn't actually change how flat Earth is measured anyway. Whether or not you say it, or whether or not it's heard by this troll, or whether or not I'm leading you in a choral verse of it sung to a giant orchestra. Who cares? It doesn't matter. Earth's measured flat regardless. Doesn't need to be a consensus, by contrast to the general worldview that we have a ball beneath our feet that's derived from the very same flat earth measurements. You know, they'll still have that as a foundation if I'm not pointing it out, or if nobody's singing it in unison as a mantra. Sorry, Neil, did you want to add something?
Yeah, well, then you get shouted out, talk to geodetic surveyors. You mean surveyors? Yeah, they measure it flat as well. They have to. They got no choice.
Yeah, again, it's just the first part, appeal to the first couple of words, and then insert group that will ultimately measure Earth flat. So I'm agreeing with your point first and foremost. But again, I'm going to focus on the first bit, which is, why do you need to appeal to a certain group of individuals, in this case, surveyors, to then carry on the debate? There isn't one. You know, you understanding what a geodesic or otherwise surveyor does is inconsequential to how flat Earth will be measured by said surveyor. It will be measured flat by said surveyor, but us discussing that fact is neither here nor there. If we all sing in unison or have a mantra, the world is flat because it's surveyed flat, then what? Saying it, not saying it, debating it with a troll, understanding it, not understanding it, it doesn't. None of it makes any difference. The principle of level, that's surface level, sea level, eye level, the axioms of perpendicularity when it comes to the master references of eye level, surface level, sea level, surface levels will always be what they are when utilising Earth for any type of measurement. So, like I say, we become inconsequential. There's no need to brace against us with the contrast that we don't have a consensus. Because I'm like, don't need it. You don't need it. If you understand that you have a certain degree of autonomy when it comes to this subject, even if you are of the viewpoint that you want to push that onto next man or lord it over next man, when you understand that autonomy, you understand that you as an individual can only recognise with indifference how flat Earth is measured. And once you recognise how flat Earth is measured and the subsequent indifference that holds, you realise that there's a lot of inconsequential spells that are attempted to be cast around you. Like the notion that leaves you in fear that the world's going to end at any moment because of a whole number of things. Like there's going to be a rock that crashes into it, we're going to suddenly freeze or boil, or we're going to stop moving and that'll cause all sorts of problems. The gravity's going to go. You know, there's a whole list of fear bombing that are just inconsequential magic tricks that are trying to be bestowed upon you. There's a guy waving a wand when any of those are employed in your presence. But the autonomy to know, well, it's measured flat, those things become inconsequential background noise to you, the individual. So if you stop focusing on, well, have we got a consistent group that forms a mini consensus that we can all sing along with sticks that we slam into the ground as we chant about the surveyors, do it flat, or whatever it is that this troll's moaning about? You're like, no, but you, the individual, don't need that to recognise with a level of indifference how flat it's being measured anyway by everybody. Now, it doesn't matter if that person's out doing it on their own for a particular ends, or if there's an entire team of people doing a massive countrywide building project. I mean, that's happening currently in this country. They're surveying the world flat to build an entire rail network, high-speed network, that cuts right near to me, causes all sorts of road hassles. Well, that huge-scale rail network building project has to and does afford the building project its consistency, its accuracy through utilisation of axiomatic Earth measuring principles. And they're all flat. That's how the world continues, regardless of whether or not I've got any involvement in it. Me making a little YouTube show about it, or, as the contrast to the trolls' fears are demonstrating to us, we don't have a group that's singing from the same hymn sheet. You don't need to. But you, my audience, can go, I, as an individual, understand, number one, how flat it is measured, Earth, that is, and number two, how I have absolutely no consequence in that fact. I'm not doing anything in regards to Earth and its measurement. But with that in tow, notwithstanding that you're inconsequential, it will still be measured flat so that people don't die on rail networks or crash into a mountain when in the sky. You know, the surveying of the land has been done such to keep you safe. and they'll all adhere to the flat Earth principality of measuring Earth's flat surface when they do any of those things. You know, people have learned not to be idiotic when it comes to exercising their religious belief. So when you hear somebody who has a deep religious belief in this shite of being on a ball, they'll say things like, well, it is just easier to measure it flat. You're like, yeah, I mean, don't be stupid when it comes to anything serious, like measuring the frickin' thing. Then yeah, for convenience, yeah, we'll measure it flat. Yeah, we'll survey it flat. Yeah, we'll deal with it flat, chart it flat, map and measure the predictable patterns of the sky with respect to the ground flat. You know, we'll do all of the things that actually involve anything that's going to be practically used as a flat surface. You know, it's just if you've got a religious belief in being in a ball, you'll often feel the need, you'll feel compelled to strap on the end of it some nonsense about, but at a large scale, geodesic surveying takes over and it does account for curvature, therefore curvature. Like, I mean, yeah, you're welcome to believe that, but that is incongruent with what you know to be true when it comes to the actual practically applied measurements of anything to do with Earth ever, because those are flat and you know it. We all know it. And when we recognise that, we can individualistically, with indifference, look at the subject and go, I have no bearing on how flat it is being measured anyway. And then go on with your day. Not, well, why would they lie? How will this affect my job? Or how will this not affect my job? I've still got to get up and go and work and pay the mortgage tomorrow. All of those things become inconsequential background noise. You can just go, oh, so it's being measured flat anyway. So there's not going to be a change if me, the individual, recognises that fact of axiomatic principality of Earth measurement and its flatness. No, you don't. It won't lead you to ask yourself if you've got to go out and work and pay the mortgage tomorrow, which you would have anyway, making the discussion about it inconsequential. You won't have to ask why the powers that should not be would have lied to you, because they were dealing with it and building on it flat anyway, making it inconsequential background noise also. So you're left with this individualistic indifference to what could be framed as revolutionary. But revolutionary in a controlled narrative where people argue about whether or not it's ball-shaped. Your average Joe can look at the flatness of Earth and its measurements with total indifference, without a slightest of concern.
Well, on your show yesterday, it's funny because you don't hear certain things from Globers anymore. You don't hear them bringing up Eratosthenes or Alberoni. They don't talk about, well, sometimes gravity here and there. But on one of your shows, it was Harp that said it. It's not a shot against you, Harp. It was just in the discussion. You brought up how they say Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour while hurling through space, this, that, and the other thing. You know, the rhetoric we all heard 10 years ago that we used to use. And Surf Daddy came in and said, you're saying it. They're not saying it. The only ones saying it now are you. And the same thing happens in chat right now with this guy that says it's just a mantra. So you have Divergent Droid saying, demonstrate gravity with large spheres, or whatever he said. This is exactly what they want. They want this back and forth. If you just stick to the measurements, you shut them down, and all they got to say is it's just a mantra. I don't know. I could be alone in this, but that's what I'm noticing a lot lately.
Yeah, but I mean, again, I'll focus on the last bit you said and sort of semi-ignore but acknowledge everything that was in between. So, yeah, but the mantra is this idea that you need to pass this on for someone else to chant it, right? Again, it's back to this idea of having a consensus. So I was on Facebook yesterday for whatever reason. I started flicking through it and approving a few people on the friends list, which I do periodically, maybe once or twice a year. Anyway, as I'm flicking through, I'm suddenly presented with these flat Earth memes. And one of them was describing the OG flat earthers. I wasn't included, even though I was definitely there. But you've got Mark Sargent, Dave Weiss, Jaron, a couple of others who are in this line. And it says flat earthers in 2016. And then Jaron's crossed out because he's now ex-flat earther. And then underneath in this split screen meme, you've got this whole crowd of people and they're holding up a flat earth banner. Obviously the meme is saying back 10 years ago there's a very small handful of flat earthers, which was true, and now the message has spread, so we've formed a little mini consensus. Now, I looked at it and sort of rolled my eyes, and I do have a bit of contempt for that sort of viewpoint, because I'm trying to one at a time this into people. And I look down the camera, I'm trying to look into one guy or girl's soul when I say, only focus on how this will not affect you, how an indifference can be had, so that you don't feel that you've got a kumbaya with a consensus that say it's flat. Because then it comes about the unity of a group saying it's flat. It is dealt with flat, measured flat, surveyed flat, navigated flat, flown over flat. The topographical deviations for flight level, which is axiomatically perpendicular to sea level that's been measured flat, is perpendicular, which is another axiom, and parallel, which is another axiom, to the ground, so you don't smash into mountains that have been measured to the topographical accuracy of a millimetre. You don't need a consensus to form to say, look, there's only been one person leave the consensus of a flat earth to go back to a ball in the form of Jaron Campanella. Over here, in reality, there's loads of us, and we're all linked arms, saying the same thing in unison. You're like, what, so you've all got a mantra that Earth's flat, and there's a lot of you? What does that mean? All that means is that there's going to be a group of people that meet them and go, what difference does it make if it's flat? I'm still going to work tomorrow. Why would they lie? And all that kind of crap. It just invites the idea that your so-called consensus isn't as big as my so-called consensus. And yeah, there's a few people getting annoyed that there's a fracture in that mass consensus that accepts and understands how spherical the world that you could be standing in to derive orbital motion means you're on when you reify maths that's derived specifically and explicitly from flat Earth prerequisites as detailed above. But when you know all that, which is a kind of fart-sniffing FED understanding, you're whistling past the overarching or underlying or foundational fact that Earth is measured flat to achieve that discussion, and the globe faith to be in discussion, and the flat Earth understanding of the globe faith to whistle past the flat Earth measurements, to undo the globe faith. All of those things are whistling past the indifference that you could hold towards the subject if you're a normie, like some of the people in my comment section. They go, I get it, it's just flat. Right? Not, why would they lie? Not, how could they do this to me? Like, what power structure benefits from lying about the sphericity? Not, what will I have to do if I pretend and feign a level of indifference that asks you why I would have to be concerned about it? There's a whole multitude of things that stop you from just going, let's just step back from this a second. What is this subject? When I type it in and come across Simon Dan, the chances are I've typed in flat Earth. So let's just break that down. What's flat? The aspect of Earth's surface that we measure. That's it. That's what it means. There's nothing to do with whether or not it'll affect your day-to-day being in that simple fact of axiomatic principality when it comes to measurement. Earth, the surface, is flat. That's how we measure it. Does that affect you? Well, are you in a house that's levelled? Yeah. Oh, well, it affected that when it was being built, but you didn't build it. So who cares? Are you about to go on a boat? No. You about to go on a holiday? Well, you better be damn sure that we've mapped and charted the journey and measured the topographical deviations from the sea level so your plane don't fly into a mountain. But beyond that, something that will be taught and trained in a flat earth principle that cannot be deviated from, or they wouldn't be able to descend with respect to a linear distance. You know, these principalities will be adhered to without you having to get involved with them. What's that? But the pilot still thinks he's on a ball? Yeah, and he can. He can say, even though I plan a descent path with respect to a parallel plane that I use trig to calculate the drop of the aircraft with respect to the linear distance, doesn't mean it's not ball-shaped. Yeah, he can do that. But he still measures Earth flat to keep you from smashing into mountains and having a distance to plot a descent path with triangles and principles of Pythagoras that you could also use if you, but you're not, were doing anything of consequence with regards to this subject. I'm definitely not. I've become a subject matter expert in it as a folly, as a form of entertainment, because that's all it boils down to. This is just entertainment. I'm not flying a plane. I'm not surveying the ground. I'm not mapping the territory. I'm not measuring the sea level. I'm not tracking parallel eye level at a flight level. I'm not doing any of those things, right? But the people out there that want to sniff their own farts because they suddenly believe, and it's all it is, that they're consequential to this subject. It's just the same as the dweebs who've invested their cognition processing in things like Einsteinian pseudo-geometry, or Earth being spherical, or orbital motion, or gravity. You're like, okay, you boring fart sniffer, so you invested in this believing it had some consequence. It doesn't, though, does it? So it's just a folly, it's just for fun. Well, yeah, so's flat Earth when you realise that you're not consequential to the actual measurement process. It's all been done for you. It always was flat. It'll be dealt with flat today by anybody of any consequence who's got to measure Earth, like a pilot. And it'll be flat tomorrow if they do any new measurements to build a new building. It'll be on level ground. And how high it is with respect to the sea level we've got as a master reference will be mapped and charted with the topographical accuracy that we already had because we'd already surveyed it flat. So what difference does it make to you? Very little. So you can just get on with your day, and knowing that you've got very little consequence over this subject means that you don't have to ask yourself, well, what difference does it make? I've still got to pay your mortgage. Well, yeah, that seems like a benign question to be asking. It seems a bit redundant given that you are genuinely going to go to work tomorrow. Yeah, you're not finding out that you've won the lottery. You're finding out that people were and will be always measuring Earth flat, but had been anyway. So yeah, it doesn't really make much difference, does it? It'll still be flat tomorrow. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's a fact. But, some people just ain't convinced, and it's not my job to convince you. Go look at a map or hold the compass in your hand. Don't sit there and tell me Earth is measured point to point. And then they pull a line over it and the contour is disregarded. Or no ship has ever been pulled back from the horizon. Pulled back? From what? But we are talking about distances.
Yeah. I mean, with the limited influence I currently have based on the limited audience viewings that I get as people get unsubscribed who are members of the channel, I ask myself, do I require it? And the answer is no. I like the fact that I've got a really, really tight community that's been built around me, with me almost trying to prevent that from happening because I'm trying to brace against this perception of needing a flat Earth consensus. And you don't. As a YouTuber, I feel like I've built a community that does value the information I specialise in on YouTube, which is flat Earth. And people are very grateful for that. But the fact that they financially support me means that when there's a need to censor the information from General Joe Public, that is, and Joanna Public, it isn't consequential to me being able to actually still keep the lights on. You're like, thank you, I might as well do a shout out. The people who support me via buying me a coffee, I had one a couple of days ago for about 7 or 8 quid, and the person was like, I really wish I could give you more. And I'm like, no. Thank you so much. Like, this makes all the difference. This is what keeps the lights on. People give me a few bucks here and there because they can afford to do so and they're not going to miss, in this case, £7 or £8. Like that's what keep the lights on. But it means that when I look down the barrel of the camera, I'm not thinking, should I defect to the ball because I need to keep food on the table? Like, I can still keep food on the table and still keep a devoted audience base interested in the subject that we're covering daily without needing to say, we must expand this information out into the masses, because without it we don't have the consensus we require to contrast the ever-increasing massive global consensus that believes they're on a ball. We need them to believe as we believe, so we need to chant it in unison. We need to develop our mantras. I can go, nah, I can just talk to you one single individual YouTube viewer that you are listening to me say this now. I can talk to you as an individual and say, give me money. I mean, I can say Earth is measured flat to you, the individual. And you can be indifferent to that fact and then hopefully give me money as a consequence.
Yeah, like I said, they'll argue about other things all day long, and that's what they want. I'm tired of arguing. I don't know. It's been years, especially when there's no argument. We've ended the argument. We've come to a realization that it's always been flat. It's measured that way. Just go look at a map or put a compass in your damn hand.
That was funny the other day when Bill Burr appealed to the wrong direction fallacy with Shaq. You do realise that's... He's pointing up and he's like, telling Shaq, you do realise that's not north. He's like, no shit, Sherlock. Yeah,
so he's telling Shaq, you do realize that it's not north. So he really should be telling himself that.
Yeah, it's like what you're doing to try and... It's the old... I can't remember what it's like reverse Uno or something, where somebody will use your flat earth prerequisite winning argument against you. Like that's doable, like you can actually use... Like someone did it the other day in worldwide debates. Someone said to me, quote, you do realise that miles are just a linear measurement, Nathan, end quote. You're like, yeah, I do, yeah, like, I do recognise that we just measure Earth flat when we're measuring distances on maps with flat scales that are linear. Yeah, that means Earth's measured flat in linear miles, though. But they're telling me, like, this is a baller, you do realise that miles are just a linear measurement. It's got nothing to do with Earth's surface that's curved. That's kind of what their psychology, I infer from that, is ticking around in their head to try and justify this squaring of a circle. Okay, so in your mind, telling me that, yes, there's only flat linear miles that we apply to a globe, so therefore it's okay to have flat linear miles because they make it globe-shaped. You're like, no, you're using your prior part of your cognitive dissonance like it's a defence, and actually just affirming my position that, yeah, miles are linear. That's how we measure Earth. It's not a defence, though.
So what should Shaq have said at that point? Because he could have really opened up his eyes at that point when he said that you do realize north is not up.
It's just not sharp enough. I mean, I'm not saying that Shaq's stupid. I don't think he is. Far from it, in fact. But sharpness in terms of going, right, so if I'm for the suggested positive claim, which it's not, it's an axiom, of flat Earth, I'm hearing my opponent who's in the contrapositive position of anti-flat Earth, and let's translate that to what's actually happening. Shaq's arguing for it not being curved as the flat earther in this scenario, and Bill Burr's arguing for it being curved. So it's very convoluted from the off because it's a controlled opposition way of arguing this subject. Not how flat is it? Well, flat as the measurements. Well, that's the end of that discussion. No, it's not curving, says Shaq. Bill Burr responds, well, it is curving. You do realise that there's a inconsistency with what is required on a ball for north to be up, because that's not up. Well, the sharp man would say, well, if that's not up as depicted on a ball, then north being horizontal, which it absolutely is, confirms beyond all doubt that Earth is measured flat with azimuth. The directionality aspect of Earth is horizontal, because that's how Earth's dealt with, horizontally, for navigational purposes, in this case using north, that's not up. So, welcome to Flat Earth, Bill Burr. That's correct, Sherlock Holmes. North's horizontal, Earth is measured flat. But that's not what Shaq did. Because they're at cross purposes from the off, because they're talking about how non-ball shaped it is, how there's a lack of curve, how the plane is not doing some curved trajectory. So then Bill Burr can appeal to distance measurements from LOR or wherever the system, the secondary GPS system that they use, that's using triangles for a distance from the altitude that they know by way of barometric pressure, so they can calculate the straight long distance along the baseline by performing the standard linear distance extrapolation from a right-angled triangle that they know the altitude perpendicular and they know the distance to the transponder or transceiver or whatever it is in that system that Bill Burr was appealing to. But the overall input values of altitude perpendicular to a plane of reference and the hypotenuse simply gives them a baseline to the 90-degree point at the ground position that they have from the barometric pressure to give them exact distances with azimuthal directionality also in the horizontal. Bill Burr the pro-globe proponent in this particular discussion, is appealing to this absolute stone-cold flat Earth measurement fact, like it explains how that means they're moving around a ball. But that's how convoluted the discussion's been engineered to be. That is, if you, a flat earther, argue about how ball-shaped it isn't, and I, a globe believer, argue about how globe-shaped it is with flat earth measurements to prove it, then the audience is none the wiser. Because it's just, who won in that debate about how ball-shaped or non-ball-shaped it is? Well, the guy with the flat earth measurements and the system using triangles that was asserting it was a globe won. With his flat earth measurements I haven't noticed. Because they sounded very official. And therefore must be globe-shaped because I've already got this predetermined viewpoint that the consensus is aligned with that we're on a globe. So Bill Burr can use flat earth prerequisite measurements of distance and perpendicular altitude, both flat earth prerequisites, to say how ball-shaped it is when explaining it to Shaq, who has asserted there wasn't any curve, therefore ball. And even that, figuring it out, is cognitively too expensive for most people. They'll just go, oh, Shaq's being an idiot, saying it's a flat earth, with his assertion of lack of curvature. Bill Burr set him straight with all those flat earth measurements, proving it's a ball. So I can get on with my day knowing it's a ball, like I did anyway. Consensus comported with.
Bill Burr's a helicopter pilot. Maybe he didn't read the bit in the manuals that say deal with Earth as a stationary, non-rotating plane.
Well, he should know what distance is. If you're a helicopter pilot, I always appeal to the lowest common denominator. Do you know what distance is, Bill? If you're a helicopter pilot, chances are he's not listening to this, but hypothetically speaking, if he were to be listening to this, you understand what a distance is. Same thing I appealed to when we were responding to it, because he appealed to it. Keeps talking about the distance. It's a straight linear measurement from point A to point B, isn't it? Yeah? When they do these topographical surveys for the network versus the Euclidean straight line distance, the surveyors compare with practical applications to things that have life and death consequences. One of them was the airports and the helicopters travelling between points on the map with what they called cells, and the straight line distance that an air ambulance would take versus the network distance that a ground transport would take. And those calculations for the network distance versus the Euclidean actual straight line distance are being paid for so they can assess these things based on helicopter travelling a distance. So if I understand this from basic research offered to me by a ball believer who says, check it out, these guys, in one paragraph on page 37 of a website, say they are accounting for Earth curvature and geodesic surveying. Yeah, okay, well, let's have a little look. And no, what they're actually doing is measuring straight line, Euclidean, actual distance as the crow flies, exampled by planes and helicopters when utilising distance. So if Bill Burr flies helicopters, he knows Earth's flat because he knows how to utilise distance. It is that simple. But that means, like a nice tie-in, I can affirm what I was waffling on about earlier when I say there's an indifference that you can accept. If you were Bill Burr and you heard this explanation, what would go through your mind? I knew it was flat anyway. Therefore, do I need to question whether or not I need to get up and do my helicoptering tomorrow? Well, if you do, you'll still be doing it the same way, won't you? Distances haven't changed because you've recognised how flat Earth is being measured by you in this instance if you're Bill Burr, the helicopter pilot. Nothing changes, does it? So you can go, all right, it was just measured flat anyway, and that's exactly how I was utilising it. Yes, that's correct. You were already using it flat, nothing will change. But that means nothing will change! It was flat anyway! Making this entire discussion moot. There's a level of indifference I can offer. You can probably tell by my rather relaxed demeanour whilst talking about it these days. Who cares? It's flat anyway. if I'd have convinced Bill Burr in the positive, globe-believing, asserting position that he was wrong, would it have been necessary? He gets into his helicopter and measures a straight line Euclidean distance. So he had to use it flat regardless of my input. So what was achieved? An argument where his religious belief, not undermined in any way, shape or form by the fact he measures Earth flat, was going to be the thing in the forefront of his mind when arguing with someone about how non-globe shaped it's suggested to be, when Shaq says he doesn't see any deviation in a curved format. Well, Bill Burr's measuring it flat. The VOR's utilising a flat Earth. The distance that's been topographically mapped and surveyed so Bill doesn't fly into a mountain in his helicopter. It's even more critical in helicopters because they don't go to the same altitudes. They absolutely need topographical accuracy to the millimetre when you're talking about land deviating in the horizontal perpendicularity that vertical affords you when you know how high things are from sea level, so you don't hit them in a helicopter. That's quite important. You need to know this stuff. And someone like Bill does know this stuff already. He already utilises flat Earth measurements every time he gets into a helicopter. So when it's you might die and crash into a hill if you don't measure Earth flat in this circumstance, oh, well, then Bill will definitely be measuring it flat. His belief that it's curving goes out the window, or he'll be going outside the window when he smashes into the terrain. Because he thinks there's a void opening up ahead of him, because he's decided to comport with his religious belief. It's okay in the back. The ground's falling away at 8 inches per mile squared. Well, not according to this altitude measurement. Don't worry about it, I've got my belief in a ball. No, he just measures Earth flat from sea level. He must. Or the idea that the ground's falling away at 8 inches per mile squared might lead him to fly into what he perceives to be a void opening up ahead of him that isn't there. The ground does not fall away at 8 inches per mile squared. Per mile squared is a value that you'll measure, though. The mile bit, to derive the calculation and inference that there's a void opening up ahead of you at a rate that's derived from a measured flat mile. But if you believe, which Bill definitely doesn't, he's still here, that there's a void opening up ahead of you, what if you try and fly into that void? You'll hit the ground that's flat. That's why they measure to the millimetre accuracy from a master reference called sea level, so that Bill doesn't fly into a void he believes, because he's a believer in a sphere, is opening up ahead of him. There isn't one. There's just flat ground ahead, measured to the master reference of sea level. There's no void. If there was, he'd be smashing into the ground when he tried to enter it. It's not there.
That's correct. And that's the only thing that did not get answered in chat, because they're going crazy in there. So I just brought up flight, height over distance. No answer to that. And then you just went into it in a little more depth, and still no answer to that, because there is no answer to that. It is what it is. As the crow flies, like you said, they treat Earth flat because it is flat.
Yeah, nothing we're saying here. It's like, okay, if you're in the chat, I'm not paying attention to that. I'm looking down the barrel of the camera while I'm going through this stuff. But you're like, oh, no, it isn't. Oh, yes, it is. Why? We're talking about Bill Burr. Now, I'm not suggesting that Bill Burr will avoid the void that's opening up ahead. He just will, because he will deal with Earth as a flat surface with linear distances. He's already told us this as a fact. He uses VOR. Okay? We had a quick look at it. It was a new term to us. So we go and look at it. What is it? Well, it's a useful system that derives linear distances, because they're linear distances for all always. So we didn't need to look into the VOR to know that Earth was being measured flat. We know what distance is. You go, oh, no, distances can bend. Really? What, like a rate of, let's say we've got a mile. Is it 8 inches per that measured linear mile? So we need a linear mile then, even for your stupid idiotic sphere belief that has the ground measured in miles opening up at a rate of 8 inches per the mile squared. So a big old void at the end of that flat terrain measured flat? Definitely not. Bill would be dead. He'd have smashed into the ground looking for an empty void opening up ahead of him at a rate that's been measured flat in linear miles to achieve. In his mind only. Because in the helicopter, he's got linear distances and charts and maps and scales and azimuth and altitude. He needs to know how high the helicopter's going, and he needs to know how far he's travelling. So obviously, for convenience, he must measure Earth flat. It's the only way Earth ever gets measured, ever. There's no exception. So argue about it all you like. The distances are linear, the altitudes are perpendicular. That's how flying works. Or you die. It's that simple.
Yep, that's a fact.
Fact Bill Burr knows. Oh, too well.
He also knows that north is not up.
Yeah, north's not up. If you understand azimuth and altitude, which you must if you're navigating in a helicopter, then you understand how flat is and can only be measured for that system to function. Azimuth and altitude fundamentally rely upon an axiomatic flat plane of reference to give you your altitude with respect to and give you your directionality in azimuth. These are facts. It's how flights work. And so that when you're flying at a relatively low altitude in a helicopter, you don't smash into a hill, you need to know how high that hill is also with a common reference. Or you hit the hill. Now, given that Bill's still alive, I know for sure and without a doubt that Bill Burr knows Earth is flat because he measures it that way so that he doesn't die. Now, it's not like, oh, well, actually, I already knew it was flat, but that's just for convenience, but it's still a ball on a big scale. Like, what scale? We've measured Earth at all scales. They're all flat. Nothing about a mile will deviate from its linear nature when you increase the value of them. It's not like we get to 300 miles and they start curving. No, 300 miles is still a linear distance that you could ascribe as the crow flies when flying over Great Britain, for example. Yeah, that doesn't alter or deviate. There's no void up ahead in Scotland opening up as you travel in an azimuthal, horizontal northward direction. But you do need to know how high the highlands are, or you smash into them. So we've got to measure Earth flat. That's how it's done. Bill Burr fucking knows it. I didn't know he's a helicopter pilot, but I'm glad I do now.
I know it's divine in thoughts, but what do you think Bill Burr was trying to prove to Shaq by utilising the wrong direction fallacy?
I don't know. I think in his mind, if you're cognitively programmed to have that cognitive dissonance where you can hold an incongruence with the globe Earth mantra alongside your helicopter piloting experience that demonstrates beyond a doubt that Earth is flat, and you're telling somebody that things like VOR account for sphericity, it might be along the same cognition process where someone says if you zoom out from a globe Earth in Google Earth, it shows it to be spherical. Therefore, the linear distances and flat scales for the measured topographical deviations in the vertical is actually with respect to a north that's at the top of the ball, because I zoom out an altitude from sea level and see a ball. Therefore, all flat Earth measurements and prerequisites must be on a ball. Therefore, when Bill Burr's appealing to certain flat Earth prerequisites, he's doing it because he can hold that level of cognitive dissonance whilst defying Shaq in suggesting that, well, north isn't up, because he knows it's not up. He's used it as an axiom in azimuth terminology for his piloting in helicopters. So it does answer the question why he would, as we do, adhere to the axiomatic horizontal principality of azimuth when describing, correctly so, that north is not up. But it is on a ball, but we wouldn't be asserting that to him in our current state. We'd just welcome him to the flat Earth that he was already a party to in his helicopter. Like I say, this is news to me. But why would he defy the wrong direction fallacy? Because he's a helicopter pilot and he absolutely freaking knows how horizontal north is. That's why he has to use it to not die. It's only globe-believing dicks that want to assert that altitude is convolutable with azimuth. Somebody who's not flying, like Wayne from the mapping company, a fraud who's cheating and scamming people into the inconsistency of north being the top of a ball, is going to be doing that because he does not fly. when you use altitude, like in a helicopter, you better fucking know what north is, or you die, right? In your helicopter, Bill? Yeah, you know what north is, but there's people out there that don't know what north is. They're just not very consequential to your life and death experience. I'm now talking to, hypothetically, I realise he's not watching, but like I tried to describe earlier, I'm communicating to the one guy, the individual. Now, it may not be you, but if you've got the slightest bit of empathy, you can sit in Bill's shoes as I communicated this information to him, that one man in this example. You know for sure and without a doubt that ain't north. Yeah, north is only ever going to be horizontal. It cannot comport with their spherical version of a pole that runs up to the North Pole and down to the South Pole. Because Bill knows that's not south. Because if he went south and he thought it was that, he'd die immediately. So when it comes to anything consequential, when it comes to Earth and its measurement, in this case, Bill, knowing foundationally that directionality is fundamentally only congruent with a flat planar surface, to be an azimuthal horizontal directionality that you won't smash into the ground when travelling south? No, that's south, right, Bill? Yeah? You better frickin' know it, or you'll die when you smash into the ground you thought was below you, when you reascribed an azimuthal horizontal directionality to a ball faith that you hold. When it comes to not dying, knowing exactly how Earth is flat is what will keep you from dying. And that's just a fact. Bill Burr already knew that. I just wish I'd have known he was a helicopter pilot when we responded. I'd have had a lot more venom in my tongue for him. But there we go. After the fact's just as good.
But see, that's what troubles me. He is a helicopter pilot. Why is he not putting it together?
Because he's got a religious belief and he's got a cuck to the consensus. That's why. You're just a cuck to the consensus. If you're saying, in spite of me understanding the wrong direction fallacy, that's not north. In spite of me understanding the topographical deviations being measured to the millimetre accuracy, so I don't smash into a hill in my helicopter, I will still cuck to the consensus viewpoint that we're on a sphere. Listen to me describing the flat earth axioms of VOR, because we're on a ball, when I brace against Shaq saying how non-curvy the world is. Well, that just means that what? You're going to cuck to the higher powers that should not be when you say that we should all be worried about the people in power? Because that was his first go-to. You're leaking what your true concerns are. What does Bill concern himself with? The people above him, the people in so-called power that he should be worried about. He doesn't want to worry about the flatness of the earth, only about the powers that should not be, who are obviously superior to him. That's his concern. He's just leaking it when trying to explain this stuff. That's what's happening.
So he has that fear. See, Shaq doesn't have that fear, but he's not, I don't want to say knowledgeable enough. Maybe
he's a Freemason,
not
is he not? I thought he was a very high degree Freemason. Am I wrong?
I know what I'm saying.
I don't know. I've said that on the live show. I better look it up now. I just thought that was common knowledge, as somebody hasn't immediately gone, yeah. Let me just look it up. Is Shaq a Freemason? I'm pretty sure he is, unless I'm just imagining it.
I thought you were making fun of the video the other day.
Which video?
Flat Earth, history of Flat Earth.
I've got that up, actually.
Copernicus Freemason.
Yes, Shaq is a Freemason. He was initiated in 2011 as a Prince Hall Freemason at Widow Sons Lodge number 28 in Boston, Massachusetts, and frequently participates in Masonic celebratory events. I knew it. So yeah, there's a good chance that is lodge master or whatever. What do they call the guy who runs the lodge? Not the lodge master. Maybe I've got whatever the guy in the lodge is that's the higher up. Has probably told him. Say again.
Not just the Grandmaster.
Grandmaster, that's the one. Grandmaster Flash, Freemason 33. Booyah.
It's like a jungle sometimes. It makes him wonder.
I was speaking to one of my Freemason friends the other day, and I was ribbing him saying, have you moved up in the ranks any? What levels you have to be told the Earth is flat and stationary?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask him at what stage of the higher up ranking do you get paddled on your ass and have to wear a sleeve that's cut off and shit.
I was going to ask what level do they finally tell you that you'll be worshipping Lucifer?
I remember talking to Chris about 8 or 9 years ago, and we were doing the Isle of Man discussion, and he's a former Freemason or maybe a current Freemason, and he's explaining that you don't necessarily get told Earth's flat, and he regaled me with a story of being in the lodge with the Grandmaster Flash Lodge Master, and his particular Grandmaster Flash was telling him about Earth not being spherical. In other words, it's peddled in the very specific way that the argumentation is phrased between us as former quote-unquote flat earthers and the fart-sniffing dweebs who have invested heavily in heliocentric nonsense, and how that argument would be phrased in a societal discourse between flatties and anti-flatties, right? The world's not a sphere. So when he was told, it was phrased back to me, this is obviously third hand, that when describing, or when Chris was describing an aspect of heliocentrism, the Lodge Master says, well, you don't actually think it's a sphere, do you? As opposed to, well, you do know it's measured flat. You know, it was portrayed to him in the way that it is conveyed in the controlled opposition narrative version of Flat Earth versus Anti-Flat Earth. And what do you know with Shaq, our first criticism was that he approached it in the exact same way as it was explained to me by Chris, a former Freemason or current Freemason, whichever, I forget if he was still doing that when we were dealing with him and he was doing his CAD programs or Blender programs for the Isle of Man. Anyway, the point is that Shaq phrased it the exact same way, didn't he? Oh, well, do you not believe it's flat? I didn't see any curve. That's how he packaged it, wasn't it?
When I brought this up to my Freemason friend, who happened to be one of the many drummers for the crappy punk band, the Toy Dolls, back in the day, but regardless, he mentioned that don't the Freemasons have the globe Earth and it's like the globe Earth and like the a representation of the heavens on top of two pillars. But I was like, yeah, because he's bloody created it. It's your narrative.
How do you mean their narrative?
Well, they've got the heliocentric model on a pedestal. I can't remember what they bloody call them. I haven't looked into Freemasonry for years. But for all certain things were clicking with him, he just thought, oh, but they depict globe Earth on top of a pillar. We've got it on a pedestal, but didn't really think why.
Yeah, they seem to defend the narrative from a position of understanding its flatness, with depictions of things like perspective in those pillars. I'll just show you an example. Let's go and get Master B up. So this is, I think they call them plates or something like that. I can never remember the terminology. A couple of Freemasons went through it with me. Mark Sargent, I don't know if he is a Freemason, but he certainly understood some of the terminology better than I can now remember. But this is what is being described with the sun and the moon on the pillars, with a perspective drawing with a pentagram in the centre. A whole series of similar sort of artifacts like this. Can you see that? I'll make it bigger. There we go. Yes, Nathan, I'm so glad you dug it out during the live stream. Oh, well, there we go. You know, I'm Johnny on the spot with things like this. I'm quite good like that.
Well, I'm curious to what they were talking about in that little birth video we did, to why he said, do you realize north is not up?
Because he's working with azimuth and altitude. I just went through this. What do you mean, why male models? If you're working with distance,
No. What
and
they were
direction,
saying, what was
hold on,
the
Neil.
question that led to that?
Yeah, you're asking
saying that.
why would he a globe believer in name only appeal to something we're exposing as fallacious reasoning for globe believers. Globe believers do believe that North is the top, as exemplified by Wayne from the map reading company, when he fallaciously assigned North as the top of a global system that is incongruent with azimuth. When you're in a plane, those are your two principles. You've got your directionality in the horizontal, that's understanding which fucking way north is. That's azimuth, the horizontal aspect. And then you've got your altitude in the vertical. Now, these two principles do not you can't interchange horizontal directionality for north with altitude measurement, with deviations from the parallel plane that you are flying with respect to, keeping you out of danger when you might hit a hill. You have to understand principally the difference between azimuth and altitude if you're in a helicopter. So even though in his mind that might be globe is the way, globe is the reality, in his mind with that inconsistency, because it's a globe, azimuth still holds true. People just don't understand that north isn't up. He's not saying, well, north isn't up, but believers in a globe need it to be. He hasn't put the B and C of it in there. Like I was explaining the other day with the Hollow Man reference. He can go from A, Earth's measured flat with altitude and azimuth, to D, Earth's a sphere, without the B and C getting in the way of it. Yeah? The inconsistency between these two statements can remain true when he asserts that the consistency of horizontal flat Earth measurement of directions in the form of north and its inconsistency, that's the B and C of it, with the globe requiring north be up. He just doesn't have the B and C, he just has Earth flat measurements, therefore ball. Everything makes sense.
So because he understands right, he wouldn't say a stupid thing like the map maker said.
Yeah, exactly. He's not got his feet permanently attached to terra firma. He has actually got to utilise and cope with altitude variations. He's in a helicopter. Now, the guy in the map reading company is permanently stuck at an altitude that he can explain in one video has been mapped to the millimetre accuracy when you survey with respect to sea level. But ultimately, within a few hundred feet, he's basically on the same level plane of reference all the time and can, with the exception of explaining how Ordnance Survey have surveyed it, he can ignore altitude deviations because he's always attached to it as it deviates. If you're in a helicopter flying at 1,000 feet and there's a 1,500 foot hill, you're gonna die if you don't know that. But Wayne from the mapping company doesn't need to know the difference between azimuth and altitude, does he?
I get it. Life and death, you know. When it don't concern life and death, you could say something stupid like magnetism.
Yeah. When it's inconsequential, you can say any old shite. You can ignore the inconsistency of flat Earth flight levels, heights, altitudes, perpendicular in the vertical, ascribed barometric pressures, and their usefulness when comparing the altitude of the ground that you might smash into. Yeah? When you're doing that, you must utilise Earth flat. It doesn't mean that you have to go, well, if I've just measured Earth flat, and I say that north's not the top of a ball, that means there's an inconsistency with the ball and my measurements. You can just ignore the B and C of it and go from flat Earth measurements, therefore ball. That's how it works.
But when it comes to life and death, you know what's what.
Yeah. Or if you've got any responsibility for other people who might be utilising the information for life and death determinations, then you will be measuring Earth flat. That's why we survey the topographical deviations from a master reference called sea level, so we know how high the hill that you might hit is, so that you can fly at a parallel level that's above that, and you don't hit it. Or you might want to land on it. You know, there's a whole raft of prerequisite flat Earth altitude measurements that will be ascribed to your flight with an azimuthal directionality that must be in tow for you to get around on the surface of our flat Earth that's been measured and surveyed with linear distances and perpendicular altitudes. Just facts. Right, we're up on our hour. It's been fun. It's been emotional. Anything anybody wants to add? I'll do a quick call to action if not. I mentioned this earlier.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to say, because I think Neil asked what prompted him to say that North was up, and it was because Shaq brought up the moon was up. I can see the moon up, and then Bill Burr was trying to get like a one up on him, like telling him that that's not North. It was just very non sequitur.
Yeah, I still do feel like it is Bill Burr flexing his common knowledge, understanding as a pilot, right? Therefore, if you're on a ball, it goes without saying that you're on a ball, and anything that is a higher degree of understanding, no Freemason pun intended, from Bill Burr in this instance, would automatically, if you ignore the B and C of it, be congruent with your sphere belief. So if you're trying to stand in defiance of someone like Shaq suggesting that that's not the case, you will just assert your exemplary understanding through being a pilot as though it has some consistency with a sphere Earth declaration when denying a principle that has to be convoluted. That's North being up. Well, Bill Burr doesn't know that he's violating, or more importantly for us at least, undermining a principle that must be adhered to and convoluted. Like, the reason we have things like discussions on whether or not the molten iron core is beyond a Curie point, whether or not Thea really did smash into Earth in a heliocentric timeline that would have the molten iron core cool down too much to not allow it to generate the magnetic fields in the vertical, wink, wink, that we're not going to mention, is incongruent with a pilot's understanding of azimuth, North being horizontal. No, we've got a core with a vertical pole for North. Right? You understand? Better not highlight it, though. We better talk about whether or not the molten iron core exists, whether or not it's beyond the Curie point, whether or not Thea smashed into Earth in an already determined to be heliocentric motion derived from flat Earth measurements. Also, never about the fact that North being up is absolutely fundamental to having a heliocentric belief and is completely incongruent with how we fly and establish directions, which are flat. Anything else? No?
As far as what?
Just anything on the subject before I do a call to action. I'm going to do a bit of e-begging before I round out the live show.
So I take it that there's no nothing yet. So we'll just cross our fingers that any day now, right?
Yeah, I guess so. If in the meantime you do have the means to financially support me, then please do so by clicking on one of the links below. Buy me a coffee, PayPal, there's Patreon, there's all sorts of different means of passing money to me, the videographer in this instance, who is heavily censored by YouTube, like to the point where it's incredibly egregious at the moment, where my own members who pay to be partaking in this channel are being unsubscribed from the channel. That's how egregious it's got in terms of wanting to suppress the information. Now, if you like me existing in any form of capacity, because they don't want to make a martyr of me by just banning me, but removing me from any context that's the public viewpoint on the subject is definitely the name of the game when it comes to me on YouTube currently. But I can still survive with a limited audience, so long as people do actually put their hand in their pocket occasionally and say, yeah, I'd buy you a coffee, here's $7 or $8, as the case was a couple of days ago when someone hit the coffee or buy me a coffee link. And I'll say what I said earlier, that person, I responded like I would to anybody who sends me money. Thank you so much. The person was suggesting that they wish they could give me more. I'm like, no, I'm really grateful that you've given me anything. Thank you so much for the, I think it was like £7.50 or something like that. Really, really grateful. That is what keeps the lights on. It means that I can talk about Bill Burr utilising flat Earth measurements without having to do a Jaron and turncoat. That's how it is. You know, not that I'm suggesting that if I reached the poverty point I would turn. I couldn't. It's incongruent with the facts in the matter. And no amount of browbeating or poverty bashing that YouTube bestows upon me will ever change the axiomatic principle of flatness. But if you like me talking about that in some capacity or another, the way I can retain the ability to do that is by people supporting me via things like the Buy Me a Coffee link below, just labelled coffee, in the info box below this video. So please do so if you do have the means to do so. If, on the other hand, you don't have the means to do so, which is also perfectly a reasonable supposition or proposition, then please share one of the many shorts videos that I put a huge amount of time and effort into producing so that they're of a high quality and a shareable standard. So if there is any swearing in them, they've been edited to the point where you can't notice it if you were to share it with a sensitive-eared fellow. And yeah, please share one of those shorts videos if you don't have the means to support me financially. I will ask one last time before I do round out the live show. Is there anything anybody wanted to add before I do round out the live show in earnest?
Well, somebody named Measured Flat said, still talking about Shaq and Bill? They are mainstream propaganda tools.
Yeah, and very interesting they are to talk about. Anything else? No. With that, I will say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
That's one of Toon's gimps.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he frequents that place. I don't know if it might even be that Icy Spin fella. I know it's one of Toon's crew.
One of his Patreons, right? Part of the Tune crew.
Who is?
The guys that were in chat losing their mind. One was named Conspiracy Music Studios, and Len said that might be its Tune Patreon. And the other was a guy named Roxanne Gold.
Yeah, the music studio guy, 100%. I think that's the same guy that had the Where's the Guns Nathan taken down from the main guy that was hosting it and then replaced it with a garbage version of it.
Oh, wait a second. I didn't know this because I was saying on the show there's no rebuttal for Flight because I brought it up before Nathan started talking about Bill Burr and Shaq. I just said, 30,000 feet for 200 miles, that's flight over distance, game over. So this is their answer. They came up at the end of the show. At Neil, the flight rebuttal is this. On the direct flight from Sydney to Santiago, at no time does a passenger see the USA outside the window. Flat Earth requires UF-27 overfly USA.
Hashtag shit shrinks.
But you missed the part. Sydney to Santiago. That's a distance.
A linear flat Earth distance.
Yes. So there is no rebuttal. What we've been saying, it is what it is. It's just flat. Life and death situations, you're going to adhere to it being flat. Because if you adhere to it being a sphere, like Nathan said, you will be crashing into the ground and killing everybody on board.
Yes. Yeah, I'm a bit gutted I didn't know he was a helicopter pilot before because the sense that I've made about it on reflection in this show would have come in the previous show. I mean, that's just the way these things go, but especially the answer to why would he appeal to the antithesis of the wrong direction fallacy?
But yeah, being a helicopter pilot, he knows how to use a compass. He knows north isn't up. You looking forward to your phone call opportunity tonight, there, Neil?
Oh, it wasn't last night?
Oh shit, yeah, it's Wednesday today.
Yeah, I didn't get no phone calls, thank God. Or maybe he got the memo that he's been freaking been documented and reported. Got some, I don't know, I forgot what the name of it is. Cyber something in Minnesota that deal with that. I just sent all the information. I don't even know if it's legit or not, but anyway, it is what it is. Documented. Weird though, because I couldn't tell you about any of them. I couldn't tell you anything about their families, if they have kids or not, where they're from, because I don't care. But they seem to know everything because, what we say offends them. Don't ask me why. Still trying to figure that out.
Go on out, sorry? I'm making a thumbnail.
I'm saying they seem to know every single little thing about us or flat earthers that are making the statement that Earth is measured flat. I couldn't tell you a thing about them because I really don't care. And I'm just trying to figure out why. What's their fear? Like, what is it?
Well, they're scared that they won't conform with the consensus. A lot of these cucks, their main existence priority is to fit in. You know what I mean? To just match the consensus for you.
I get that, Nathan. But they're out of one side of their mouth. The show is dying. You only got 3 people there. All right, so then you should have nothing to fear. But on the other side of their mouth, right, they bring up your personal stuff or try to or think they have, the information. So which one is it? If we have no results and nobody's listening, what's the problem?
The problem is that a small fracture in a consensus opinion is very hard to cognitively process. You just want everybody to have the consensus, and you not comporting with the consensus reality destroys the consensus reality for those individuals. So it's not enough that we shouldn't make a difference if the majority believe as they believe, and they should be, as you're putting it, like confident in their own convictions. They can't be because it's based on having a consensus. So a small fracture in that consensus is very troubling. Make sense?
I guess.
So what about these anti-flirt consensus cooks, like the likes of Danny Faulkner and any other anti-flirt that's Christian? Because they're so into consensus, and Islam is a much larger religion than Christianity, why they're not getting on the consensus on that?
Just whichever cognitively causes the most pain. People normally live moment to moment, don't they? So if we happen to be in front of them, then that's what they focus on. People are blinkered to what's in front of them, is what I'm trying to say.
Hey guys, you alright?
You finally had a bit of break in the weather, eh?
Yeah, plus my hand-me-down phone broke. Been having hand-me-down phones for the last 6 years, but no one's got a hand-me-down for me, so I've had to buy the cheapest phone possible. And then transferring all my stuff didn't go to plan. Then I couldn't get on any of the servers, couldn't get into Skype, forgot my passwords. So I had a bit of a nightmare, but I'm back on again now. So hello, everybody.
Wait a second. I heard that you got wrecked by Buck Soundbuster.
Oh dear. Yeah, but it's not right in the head, is it? Yeah, so I popped in there. Was it yesterday or the day before? Because I was going into some of the servers to see if my phone was working. Not for an argument or not that there isn't an argument or a debate. Not that there's a debate. So just to see if I could be heard, and I was getting in okay. And I think it was yesterday. Went into worldwide debates. I just sat there listening, and I thought, right, I'll set up. Sogbuster was in there, and a couple of Globers and a flat earther. And they was talking about orbital motion and whether the people who make satellites actually know where the satellites end up or what position they're in when they start, orbiting the globe. So I just piped up and said, you're going to need, an R value for orbital motion. And then I got Sogbuster jumps in and went, one deck. So your point on a mile being linear, being a proof of the shape of the Earth. Is that what you're saying? I said, I didn't mention any.
No.
What, mate?
You cut out a little bit. Say it again. You said you didn't mention what?
I didn't mention a mile being a linear distance, yeah, as proof of the flatness of Earth, which it is when you look at map scales and miles being linear. But I didn't mention that. He was talking about orbital motion, so I was saying you're gonna need a radius value for that, and if you got any measurements of one, which I would have went down the road of explaining that every measurement that they're probably going to give me will be a flat Earth measurement. But I didn't even go there. I didn't even have a conversation. I was just purely in there to see if I was being heard. I can get on the servers, and that was it. Didn't even have a conversation. And apparently I've been in a debate and got destroyed. Funny.
Yeah, you got wrecked and Hop wrecked me. This is what they say. The same people that will sit there as Nathan is just smacking them down one at a time and say, and they shout out victory.
Yeah. I wasn't going in there for that purpose. That wasn't my intention. So it's funny, isn't it? And then they went on to start, calling Nathan and when's his book release? Is his book ever good? Just had homing attacks after that.
Yeah.
So I just left the room.
Character assassination.
Yeah.
So the funny thing is, they'll love that. They'll talk about orbital motion, and the people in there will talk to them back and forth about it, right? They love that stuff because then they could say, all right, it's still a globe. I got people talking about it, and they understand now that satellites and us moving them prove that the Earth is a globe.
So I was merely pointing out, for orbital motion, you are going to require a flat Earth for that anyway.
Freaking right you are.
And then Sogbuster just went straight to my point is, a mile is linear, which proves the shape of the Earth, the flatness of the Earth. And he went on to admit, but no one's disputing the fact that a mile is linear. It is. Well, yeah, it is. That's well, I'm glad you agree with us.
Yeah, somebody said that in when Nathan was there last week. You do realize that miles linear, right?
Funny.
Yeah, this is taking them to a place that they really dislike. Our opponents in name only. They're no longer our opponents. They're on our side. They're using flat Earth measurements, but it's just too much of a load to bear for them. They don't know how to cope with it. So in the past, I've seen them try to develop counter arguments to the points we make, and that can frustrate you because you have to unpack the counter argument and then reassert your position. In this instance, we get an assertion of a globe believer that uses a flat earth measurement, us pointing out that they're using a flat earth measurement, and then them agreeing. Now, there are exceptions to that rule where they'll try and chat skank, like stamp their feet and stick their fingers in the ears and la 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 la. Buck was one of them when I pulled him over a barrel about a linear distance measurement that he was trying to deny by saying it could deviate at a rate with respect to the linear distance, as he had asserted. He tried to deny it. He didn't want it to be linear when he was telling me how non-linear it was, but now he understands. Yeah, in other words, there's a position that you can take that you deny the axiom, in which case we laugh at you. And you very quickly revert to the flat axiomatic fact of a linear mile, as he has done. And they all must do. Their foundational globe faith relies upon it. That's the point. Back to the original point of mine. That takes them to a place that they can't quite cope with. Okay, I used to get away with using flat earth measurements, and nobody had any pain because nobody pointed out how axiomatically flat I was using the measurements to assert the globe. People just focused on the last bit, that the flat measurements no one's mentioning prove it's a globe, so let's just focus on how that proves it's a globe. Can you disprove that I will see this mountain lower in the distance? Hold on, don't point out that I need the distance to be linear. Don't point out that lower means with respect to a plane. Don't point out any of the flat earth axioms, because I'll have to agree with you. And that's very frustrating. That's where they're at.
Wow, that's a good summary, Nathan. Exactly.
Yeah, but you've got running tracks, Nathan, that are curved. You know what I mean? He was trying to get me to talk about that. Curved running tracks. Oh, unbelievable. Just going over the same wobble he did that day we went in there. You know, Taylor's tape measures and running tracks, race tracks.
Yeah, just start taking the piss out of them. Are you scared of the maps? Is that why you want to talk about running tracks? You want to run around in circles rather than talk about Earth's measurements on the surface? You want to talk about running tracks and tape measures running around people's bellies? Is that really what you want? Are you scared of the maps? You're scared of flying? You're scared of the distances or the descent paths or the altitudes? You're scared of these things? You want to talk about running? Okay. No worries. I mean, if you're scared of a map and a linear distance and a flat scale and a mile measurement and a kilometre measurement, then, you know, fine.
Funny.
They're scared of the reality of it.
Yeah, they are. They're scared that their reality that they built from within a ball, based on flat measurements, relies on flat measurements. It's their foundations. The foundation of their globe faith is flat earth measurements. There's no escaping it anymore. And I never normally will say there's a correlation in years gone by between the current rhetoric and the censorship level. But I can only draw that parallel. The censorship has got 10x more egregious. And you go, why? And you go, well, we're focused on one specific thing currently. Literally one thing. Earth being measured flat. And when we point it out with respect to the debate, it's Earth's measured flat for your globe faith. At the point that that started to become the rhetoric, the level of egregious censorship on YouTube went through the roof. Now, yeah, that's a correlation, but I'm just going to call it cause. There's no need to start removing my members from the subscription base that they've subscribed to me with. There's no need for that. That's a step beyond, isn't it? Well, we're only at that place because of the rhetoric that we disseminate here. If we were talking about Mandela effect, that wouldn't be necessary. I see plenty of people get promoted on YouTube and TikTok and Facebook when they talk about the Feast of Nonsense. You can still be a prevalent flatty if you toe the line of the controlled opposition narrative. If you speak Feast of Nonsense, you can have 300 to 400 people watching your show. If you talk about Earth being measured flat in all circumstances, you can be damn sure that regardless of you outstripping a lot of these tiny little YouTubers, you'll be getting 10x less viewers than they will be.
you also go, the old arguments are fine too. You let you do that all day long.
Yeah, but like I said, when it pops in there, I don't know who the guys were. It was the usual anti-flat Earth Globus, Sogbusters, but the flat Earth guy was sort of getting into the conversation with him about orbital. He was getting angry, but he was still having the conversation about orbital motion, about what the person who's making satellites, what do they actually know about the satellite, where it ends up, and its end destination. Are they aware of what anything? And I thought the flat Earth are not getting to the point. You need a flat Earth for orbital motion.
Right. See that when you start saying that, then you're going to get heavily censored, lose people that are subscribed to you. But if you talk about just satellites being real or not, or gravity, or Coriolis, pick one from the old, the old school rhetoric. That's fine. You won't lose subscribers. But once you start talking about how Earth is measured, that's the problem.
Yep. And it is a problem for them because it's measured flat in all instances. They even tell us that. They always have told us that. The Greeks bloody told us that. Al-Biruni told us that. They've been telling us from day one how flat it's measured.
Yeah. Surf Daddy was on point yesterday on the after show because he kept saying, I have a hard time getting ballers to talk about Al-Biruni or Eratosthenes. They don't talk about the spin of the Earth and how we're hurling through space. Nobody's saying that except flat earthers.
Yeah. Well, Dave Triangles McKeegan, he knew my game where I wanted to talk about, Eratosthenes. Because I could welcome. Yeah. You don't want to talk about that. Flat Earth globe proof.
To get them to say that, it's like you got to phrase the questions properly. Like what Nathan did the other day. And then the guy turned around and said, well, we get the measurement of 8 inches per mile squared. So boom, you got them where you want them. Now you can talk about these squared miles. But then you had idiots come in and say, you brought it up. That's your claim, 8 inches per mile squared. So, we're in a position where it's like, I consider us like a New York sporting team. When we go play, whether it's basketball, hockey, football, you play the team. So let's say that we'll use the Yankees in this scenario. The Yankees against whoever. So that's the team you're playing. Now you're playing away, so you got to deal with the fans. That's 2-on-1. Now you got to deal with the referees. That's 3-on-1. So you're always battling 3-4 against 1. As a person that's talking about how Earth is measured.
It's funny, you're right there, because it happened to Nathan on that show a couple of weeks ago. I commented on someone's YouTube channel. I can't remember whose it was. I got into the 8 inches per linear mile squared. And one of his rebuttals was, 8 inches per mile squared. What did he say? He was trying to make out it was my claim and it couldn't work on a flat Earth or something stupid. I said, it's not my claim.
8 inches per mile squared.
Then he's saying it's not my claim. I said, well, it's you believe you live on a globe. It's part of the globe mathematics. It's your claim. And it's a linear mile for a square function. Well,
yeah, if
you can't use the word. No, but they say you can't use the word linear. If you look at any description of the 8 inches per mile squared, nowhere you cannot show me where it says linear in that sentence. as if, well, it must be a globe then.
See, that's the thing. You came right out with it, right? So did he deny it? They don't even bring it up no more. But if You know what I'm saying? Nathan set that guy up for it. Some type of questions he was asking him. And then when the guy said, well, you know, it's the old 8 inches per mile squared. Now you got him. Ah, miles, you say? Squared miles?
But Buster was trying to do with me. He said, like I say, I wasn't even in there for a conversation, and I didn't really have one. But he was like, one day, let me ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question. It's a yes. I said, I'm not here. I did what Nathan did. I said, I'm not here to answer your questions. I said, I could stay here and tell you how flat Earth's measured, but I'm not here for that either. I said, yeah, I'm glad you agree a mile is linear, and I'll be on my merry way. But I'm not here to answer your questions.
That's the whole thing, too. A mile being linear is not agree, disagree. It is what it is.
Yeah, but it does. It's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, Neil. You know, them linear miles that are measured for maps and navigating the surface of Earth. It's got nothing to do with that.
Nothing to do with the shape of the Earth when you're demonstrating it to be flat. But you know, if it's a globe, then yeah, you can use them as a globe, like they did 8 inches per mile squared for your globe.
Yeah, well, you got running tracks. They're curved. You know, they're measured in linear distances, mate. Crazy days. What have you? Anything been going on? Like, I'm not really. I've listened to a couple of shorts, and I've not had a chance to do anything. It's absolutely been crazy. I'm not going to bore you with work things, but it's just everything. All supermarkets fell over. It's not a chance to do this. You know, and then my phone smashed up and all that. So I just not had a chance. A bit caught up onto my jobs now and cooled down a bit today. It's still 22 degrees where I am. Still a bit muggy, but it's been horrendous. Absolutely horrendous.
Everywhere because, global emergency. Here's the thing. They came in the other day, right? So what I'm doing now is a little game we got in chat, right? They're going to come in and they're going to share their pain. Don't time them out unless they say something like Nathan hits his kids or something stupid like that. Then I'm going to time them out. But I got everything on record. So show whatever, we got Buckside Buster on record sharing his pain. But then that's it. You can't come in no more. That's it. We're done. We're not playing this game no more. So one at a time, we're logging them in and freaking having them on file. But it's a 1 day. It's a 1 day. That's it. You ain't coming back the same day. The next day, coming back with the same thing. You're going to come back the next day and you're still going to say the same thing? We don't have time for you. We don't want to hang out with you. You're a dweeb. I know you want to hang out with us, but it's just not happening. So today, the two people, Roxanne Gold and whatever the other idiot's name was, now we got them on. One of Toon's guys was here. So that's it. But they got today. They shared their pain. It's logged in. It's documented. It's in the files. Don't come in tomorrow with the same thing because you won't last.
Yeah, well, that's good. Yeah, once you've said it, just cross them off the list. You know, they've been exposed, and you're out of it. The party's over. But, I was going to say something. It'll come back to me in a minute.
It's weird because there's people in the chat that like to go back and forth with them. So, like, if you just time them out, then the people in the chat are there. I mean, we could talk amongst ourselves. That's fine. But it seems like they want to go back and forth. So, you know what I'm saying? One deck. So it's like a hard thing unless everybody gets on board. Do you want to listen to this again? You listened to it the whole show yesterday. You still want to go back and forth with them today? See, here's the thing. The ones that are going back and forth with them constantly are the ones that are not sure for themselves that are this flat. I'm sorry. That's the way I see it.
But when we did the Alan Watts video, the ones that are constantly going back and forth, they're keeping their little argument in their head alive, like the guy yesterday in Worldwide Debates. He's giving them, let's feed them with some orbital conversation, orbits and satellites. And what you talk about, you haven't got a globe for a satellite. You've got no globe measurements. All the measurements are from sea level. Mean sea level.
Well, they do have
got.
globe measurements. They do have globe measurements. I mean, they just turn out flat, but what can you do?
Yeah, they're derived from a linear mile square function. So you've had someone in today, Neil, yeah?
No, just in the chat.
Yeah, it's funny though, they come in and they want to talk about, how a mile is linear, but it's also curved, and talk about linear mile distances. But they never want to come on and say, actually, guys, I'm going to give you some globe proof. I'm going to tell you how the globe was measured, who did it, and what equipment was used. Because you're talking nonsense about this sea level and horizontal and elevation angles. Altitude above sea level, that's a load of garbage. This is. I'm going to give you some evidence of the globe, and I'm going to shut you all up for once and for all.
Well, here's the thing with this. This is what I'm annoyed with too. You don't know definitional level. You're misunderstanding it. No, definitional level is what it says it is. No part higher or lower. Now, you have to type in what is level on a globe for it to then say it's that's equidistant from the center of the globe. You see what I'm saying? They're trying to pull that crap that we don't understand what level is. No,
but it's a definition thing again, isn't it? You can go out in nature, you can go out, in engineering construction, you can demonstrate what level is with tools and anything else. You can demonstrate that it's actually level. You can look at what I'm doing now with this string and keeping it parallel to the ground above it, and it's level. And when you look at it, you can't see a curve, can you? Because it's level.
Right, but that's what I mean. I'm tired of them saying we don't understand the definition. No, the definition is the definition, and we could demonstrate it in reality. What you're saying is pertaining to a globe. What is level?
Yeah, we'll stick to the stupid definition from AI, although that can't be demonstrated, and we'll just go with that.
Yeah, so level doesn't mean equidistant from the center of a globe. No, I'm sorry. That's the wrong definition. When dealing with reality, level is level. It has to be. We were given, how do you say it, one deck? What were we given?
We was given the master reference sea level. Sorry, I mean mean sea level. The 0 degree baseline for all elevation profiles on Earth. We were just given it. It was level to begin with, when we've had to utilize that going forward for every other measurement on Earth. So in the beginning,
so from that 0 degree, we moved on, and we moved on to build cities, right?
Yep. We've been able to map the Earth using the 0 degree, map the terrain for navigation purposes. We utilize sea level when in celestial navigation to get the distance between the GP of the celestial and the of the observer for the radius distance, which is a straight line. For your circle of equal altitudes, elevation. So it's sea level. It's a killer.
I was thinking about that phone call the other day from Antarctica, supposedly Antarctica. It's funny though how he went to the. You said that we get turned away at gunpoint, and I'm here. And Nathan stuck with the measurements, right? Then he turned around and said, "You're trying to deflect with measurements. I'm asking you, where's the guns? You said there'd be guns." Nathan didn't bite for that. He didn't bite on that. He could have went on to explain, no, Toon, that's not what I said. What I said was, if you're not authorized, you will get turned around at gunpoint. And that's what he wanted, because he wanted to argue about the gunpoint and what Nathan said 10 years ago. And he didn't bite it. He just took him right to the measurements. That's why he got so frustrated and freaking started screaming into the wherever they were. I don't see any guns.
Yeah. Well, I commented on one of his videos a few weeks ago. I think I told you, and I asked him how the elevation angles measurements were going, and he sent me his little video of his sundial, his time-lapse sundial. So I just replied saying, "Time's measured flat, mate." Didn't get a reply. Sending me a sundial elevation angle video as some sort of proof of a glob. Doesn't know what a sundial is. Or how it works.
Yeah, they use sundial. They say, well, the sundial's flat. It is.
So has any of these people anybody been in today for passing off the list?
No, it was just the people in chat read off a few of their stupid statements. But Nathan was taking us through the psychology of it, what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, but we've been saying that for a while, haven't we? I coined the term a while ago. They're going through a psychological dilemma. And that's what they are going through. They've been going through it for a while.
Oh, wait, one deck. What you did miss was, oh, man, you missed a video. I think it was Amir shared it. It was History of Flat Earth. One deck. I'm telling you, man, it will frustrate the hell out of you. But this is where we're at. After all these years, you got to get one of the. Yeah, it's not. I don't know. Maybe Nathan will play it again. It's over crazy.
Hi, it's 1946. War is over. We have all the German war engineers. I'm going to Antarctica and going over the ice wall. You are such a legend.
Yeah, Birdie here. Been over the wall. It's freezing here, to be fair. Flew a plane to see new lands. Wow, people will love it.
Look, it's 1957. We make Sputnik. Satellites are not real. They are on balloons. Nothing orbits a globe. Total nonsense.
See how it gets phrased? Nothing orbits a globe. So the phraseology isn't, as we put it, radial values. If it was being asserted to us in the positive by a claimant, that is to say, I'm not going to be bringing this crap up, but if you were to assert to me that we have radial derivations in the form of orbits, I'd point out that the radial derivation is based on a flat Earth measurement of an elevation angle with a minimum of Polaris, giving you this value that's straight and linear. That's to say it's dependent on flat Earth measurements. Whereas it's phrased in this context with it being anti-global from the flat Earth. This is a pro-flat Earth video, and he's offering up anti-heliocentrism as the rhetoric.
Bird is going out there again. We must protect the edge. If there is an edge, there must be a roof. We should do something about that.
What? If there is a roof, there's an edge, and we should do something. What? No, we're breathing. There's gas at pressure. There's no need for me to make any positive assertions at all. The positive claim is that there's a sky vacuum. Well, leave it to your opponent to suggest that violation of a law of nature, as opposed to putting it in a flat Earth context like it has some consequence to you if you were to actually know for sure and without a doubt that Earth's measured flat. It doesn't have any consequence. It's just the controlled opposition version of a flat Earth, isn't it?
Hey, Ron. You like that Aleister Crowley fella, the Satanist from England? Top bloke? Yes, Jack. I follow old Aleister. He told me that you and I should do ritual magic in the desert, then help form NASA. Lovely
The guy who lives in Leamington, right?
fellow.
Wow, it's 1958 and space is so cool. We are so lucky to have you. We should go to the moon.
We signed this treaty and put it in place to protect the penguins. No one can go there apart from us. By Jove, what a lot has happened. Are you starting to get it yet? It's fascinating, isn't it?
Not really. I mean, just measured flat.
Strap in, more to come.
More anti-globe bollocks to come, I see.
Bird has helped us secure the edge.
Hold on, Nathan, hold on. Now, this video would be legit and bearable if because it's saying history of flat earth, right? If they take us to the present time and they have your voice talking about how it's measured flat, then I could accept this video.
We don't know how high the firmament is.
High, as in elevation measurement from surface level, from sea level. It's like,
we should do something about that.
Do something about what? Elevation angle measurements being a flat earth perpendicular prerequisite? Or this garbage narrative that's not incumbent upon you to prove? Oh, the latter. Yeah, well, that sets up a nice false dichotomy with an opponent that needs a controlled narrative.
It's 1962, and we are going to launch missiles at the sky for 4 years straight. It's called Operation Fishbowl. We are insane. We can tell them it's for radio or something, but we are actually...
So it's, I won't accept your narrative from this point of view, but I will accept that you've sent missiles to the moon and made it ring like a bell. I will accept that you fired missiles at the firmament. Selective... what's the word? Selective reasoning? Or it's like you'll accept things from a discredited source that affirms your narrative, the narrative being the controlled narrative that somebody else wants you to be arguing. It just seems so contrived now. I look at this sort of shit.
Measuring the roof.
I mean, I've not watched it all yet, but they've not mentioned a measurement once, have they?
Well, they mention measurements, but like our opponents for the last 10 years, and indeed the so-called flat earthers of the last 10 years, they use the flat earth prerequisite measurements. In this case, they're describing altitudes. It's just nobody mentions how flat that they are. Everybody must use them to build a ball, and then on the so-called flat earth side, destroy the ball. Like, okay, so you must accept how flat earth is measured to create the ball that you say doesn't exist, and you must accept how flat earth is measured without mentioning it to say the ball does exist. I see.
Holy moly, there's a roof? Ladies and gentlemen, it's 1969, and later this year, we are going to the moon.
It's back to don't put your fingers in the electrical sockets. Oh, I hadn't thought about that. Like, if you're watching this video, why would you need the reaffirmation of this suggestion in a heliocentric orbit that we're going to the moon so we can debunk it? Unless it's orchestrated that way for you to brace against as a flat earther. And here you are bracing against it with this CGI slop.
No one's landing on a luminary, it's just a light.
Sorry, nobody's travelling in a perpendicular altitude measured from sea level that affirms beyond all doubt that Earth is being measured flat for the altitudes of ballistic trajectories.
Cheese balls.
All the preparation and trials haven't worked. How do we fit the buggy in the lander?
Now let's discuss the controlled narrative of whether or not they could have travelled through the sky vacuum in a ballistic trajectory that requires a flat Earth measurement, and it isn't incumbent upon the person pointing that out to assert how non-heliocentric a sky vacuum is suggested to be by an opponent who isn't even making an appearance. This is a pro-flat Earth video. It's like just working for the opposition as far as I'm concerned.
Anyone got a lemon? Look, we are all Freemasons. We can't go to the moon. We are going to act it out, and you are going to lie about it for the Brotherhood forever.
Did you really go to the moon?
Yeah, this is it. Turn the argument from ballistic trajectory requires flat Earth to did we or did we not go to a moon presupposed to be in a heliocentric orbital motion in a sky vacuum that nobody's contesting. It's very much the controlled narrative version of our discussion.
Of course we did. No need to ever doubt us. It's all real and genuine.
Are you sure you didn't lie to the world and film it in a studio?
Yeah, let's labour this point. Was it in a studio or wasn't it in a studio? Ballistic trajectories are from a flat Earth. Flights are from a flat Earth. Earth's measured flat with sea level, surface level, perpendicular altitude, elevation angles, navigation, charting, flying, sailing. It's all flat. What's that? Did we or did we not go to a presupposed orbital motion also derived from a flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle to form a radial value, to have an orbital motion, to suggest they did go into it, to brace against whether or not they did or didn't? What a load of shit.
Of course not. Those aren't wires or studio lights.
We have
are they in a studio on high wire? Well, first and foremost, absolutely without question. How do we know? Well, because they're in a studio on a high wire. But that's not the argument. The argument is irrelevant because it's about whether or not we're on a flat surface that's being measured to assert that we've got an orbital motion to judge the distance to the moon. The trajectory that they happen to have lost. Should we make it about whether or not they lost it? No, the trajectory will be a flat Earth prerequisite. It's describing distance and altitude. So it doesn't matter if they've lost it or not. Trajectory, full stop, is a flat Earth description. End of discussion. Earth's measured flat for trajectories.
completed our task for Satan. We made the world believe it's a globe and not God's creation.
It's whether or not Earth has been created by God versus whether or not Earth's spherical. The spherical Earth requires flat Earth measurements, drawing an entire halt to the discussion. Then you don't need to concern yourself with whether or not our beautiful flat Earth was created or not. Now, that is, as much as it frustrates me, just a red herring. It's if it's a ball versus if the God created it or not. Completely nonsensical false dichotomy.
We must continue
Well,
our
that
deception
was a big thing. They used to constantly say, because they're hiding God. And I always found that weird. How is that hiding God? Now, if you want to say that, if you're promoting a globe and a Big Bang, then yeah, then you're promoting atheism and you're not demonstrating how the creator's involved. But they don't say it like that. They just say, oh, they're hiding God.
But this is under the banner of flat Earth. That's Earth, the surface, not how the soil came to exist, the surface as it currently presents itself. We're not arguing about where the rocks and soil came from when we say Earth in this context and its flatness. That's the measurement of an aspect that we utilise daily. So let's talk about Earth and its creation and juxtapose that with it being a ball. You're like, this is just shill, controlled narrative bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah,
Absolutely.
right. It's the history of flat Earth, and they've not even mentioned flat Earth.
Well, hold on, but this is the history of flat Earth debate. That's what I would say.
It's
they
the
got
history
it
of
wrong.
it's the history of what has been called flat Earth.
Yes.
over the stupid masses. All hail Satan! Master of evil!
Oh, hi there, me again. Hope you don't mind. They're not done with their space programming yet. Pay attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 1986 and we are going to send a civilian to space. What could possibly go wrong? Vote for me.
No, you're not actually going. We're just going to pretend to kill you all in an explosion.
Oh, God.
Okay.
So now it's, did the Challenger disaster happen or not? Not, is the trajectory that they're travelling with respect to, even if it's described as an orbital motion, derived from measurements of Earth's surface? Yes. What are those measurements? Flat measurements of linear distance and perpendicular altitude with respect to sea level that we've topographically mapped to the millimetre. So Earth's flat then. Yeah, the underlying foundational requirement of this story, a complete red herring to the so-called discussion of Earth and its flatness, is whether or not the Challenger disaster did or didn't kill the actors involved. Who cares? It doesn't matter if they're dead or alive. Earth's measured flat with a trajectory. The discussion in a so-called history of flat Earth should be about flat Earth. And as is being pointed out continuously by the panel, nobody's talking about flat Earth at all. We're talking solely and exclusively about heliocentrism and the lies that is perceived by a so-called flat earther to have been purveyed to prop up that story, and the counter-argument that it's because of Satan worship. That's what we've got. The counter-argument so far in the last 5 minutes has been Satan worship. That's it. That's their counter-argument, isn't it? That's what they've offered. The lowest, shitest possible counter-argument to a non-discussion. As a non-discussion, we're measuring it flat for everybody on both sides of this discussion. So why are we arguing about whether or not it's Hail Satan?
That's enough. We'll just say you all have identical twins. No one will ever know. Sharon, stop crying. You can go back to teaching. That's how we fool you. We play with your mind so we can steal your soul. I know what...
Now it's the suggestion that the heliocentric, flat Earth-derived 500-year-old system for better explaining epicycles is actually to incorporate a satanic worldview into the worldview of the masses. So says the flat earther in this instance. Meaning that the flat earther can be derogatory and rightly justifiably called the conspiratard idiot, if this is their counterpoint justification for why heliocentrism would exist. So why are you justifying why your opponent's position, if you want to deem it that way, should exist? And justify the counter-argument as being a good versus evil, God versus the devil scenario. That's what we've got. That's what we were bought into, though, isn't it? That's what flat Earth is suggested to be.
Yep.
Yeah,
I was going to say
saying,
that. That's what. Sorry, Neil.
Go ahead, one deck. I'll go after you.
I was just highlighting what Nathan just said, and I was going to just say, yeah, Neil sort of highlighted this a while ago now, and I don't know how you termed it, but this is exactly what he was talking about.
Yeah, have flat Earth to be a conspiracy as well. The thing I was saying is, one deck, maybe not the people involved in this show, exclude them, or maybe not. Maybe some of them will. You put this video in front of 100 flat earthers, and I guarantee over 90 of them will say, wow, that was a great video.
We need a constant reminder in the sky. We shall pretend we have a space station. Absolutely fabulous.
I fly the space station. It's just a tripped out B-2 bomber that looks real so the Globers can take a picture.
Yeah.
They think it's real. They are so dumb.
Well, there you have it. The battle eternal, flat or round. We only hope...
No, that's not a battle. To conceptualize a sphere, you require flat Earth prerequisite measurements to create it with. And to sit in opposition to that sphere, you need only point out the foundational measurements of Earth's flat surface. It's not whether or not we've got a group that's indoctrinating Satanism into people by way of creating these narratives. This, in and of itself, is one of those created narratives, but it certainly has nothing to do with Earth and its flatness, and everything to do with how non-heliocentric and the motivation for suggesting heliocentrism is purveyed by a fart-sniffing dweeb of a flat earther in name only, creating this as the history, reaffirming that that's how the position should be argued for every dumbass that's out there arguing for how non-spherical the world is, when it's measured flat to create a spherical mathematical convention to believe in.
Well put, Nathan. And exactly right, yeah. Couldn't agree more.
We have an army of flat earthers. Good night, God bless.
One day, hopefully, we'll have a consensus. This is what I was trying to say on today's live show. Don't need a consensus. If you, the individual, understands how inconsequential you are, you won't try and form a dweeb consensus so it can be raced against by a greater consensus. And in opposition or reflection, it seems like the greater consensus should have the winning point of view because the majority of people believe that way versus that way. You're like, well, no, you don't need, as an individual, any consensus behind you to appreciate how flat Earth is being measured in all circumstances. And if you, as an individual, without the need to feel that you need a consensus behind you, appreciate that fact, you can get on with your day, just knowing for sure and without a doubt that Earth is flat, but it's inconsequential to you that that fact will be employed and utilised daily by anybody who ever actually has any consequence in terms of Earth's utilisation as a flat plane. That's how it will be measured regardless of your involvement, therefore your involvement's not required. We don't need a fucking army of flat earthers. I think that's the problem. The army that's formed talks about shit like this, going around suggesting that people on Highwire actually mean that there's a guided hand producing a Satan-worshipping outcome. It's just the biggest load of old shite there is.
Well, I think... Yep. It's hard, Nathan. I understand. I'm going to push back a little bit. Not that you need consensus or you're trying to form an army. It's just that like one deck says, this is how it was given to us, and sea level. That's how God created it. And when you're constantly bombarded, right, with heliocentrism and freaking pictures of the Earth being a globe and all the nonsense that's going in daily, it gets a little annoying. It gets a little frustrating. And it's like, you don't want to build a consensus, so you're not trying to form an army, but you are trying to say, hold on a second. It's freaking measured flat. That's all there is to it.
Just seems silly. It seems like it's a load of Greenpeace protesters saying we need to find a battleground to fight for the right for plants to grow. Oh, I know a really good field with loads of plants growing in it. Let's fight on that field. Like, what? On the actual plants that are growing that we're fighting for? Yeah. Like, by contrast, or by, example for us, it's let's fight for the flat earth that everybody requires we measure. Why? Everybody's required to measure it anyway. Doesn't it seem a bit redundant?
Yeah, there was a show. Hold on one sec. There was a show a few weeks ago, maybe a few months ago. We were talking about, it's gonna definitely collapse because its foundations are rotten. But if you're constantly bringing attention to a building that is about to fall, then here come the fixers, and they readjust it and fix it. So actually, you're prolonging the fall of the globe, if you want to put it in proper phrase. Everybody comes in and they're actually bringing attention to the paper mache. So when you do that, there's going to be people that come and make a little adjustment, and then the globe goes on a little longer.
I was just going to say, it is cringeworthy watching that now, listening to all that nonsense. It's absolutely cringeworthy. Although probably in the early days, I was doing that, getting into talking about ice walls and moon and what camera of the moon, talking absolutely nothing to do with the measurements of Earth. Now that is cringeworthy, but this is still happening now on some of the servers that we know, talking about refraction, Coriolis. It's still happening, but it's not seen as cringy as this for some reason, but it's exactly the same thing.
Yeah, Freemasons, got to make sure to get that they're all Freemasons. That's very important. I don't ever think I would have enjoyed this video. Even back in the day, this would have annoyed me.
Yeah, you're right, though. You just get tied up with all that nonsense, don't you? But that's where you're led. That's where the flat earth is mixed into all that crap.
Yep.
In it, about the ice walls and lands out there, the firmaments, and whether the moon mission was correct, and the satanic masons,
right.
NASA to deceive everybody, to hide God. You know what I mean? It's just like, when we've just got sea level and maps and compasses and straight and level flight.
Right. So if you're lumping in, I think I phrased it with it's designed that way because it's talking about all these conspiracies, right? Then when you get to flat Earth's a conspiracy in itself. When actually it's not, right? The globe is the one that's the conspiracy.
Mm.
But
well, Earth is geography, like we've all pointed out. It's just a geography subject. It's how Earth's mapped and measured, how we navigate Earth. It's nothing to do with anything else.
I think the change came with me personally. The change came when that a certain phrase started to annoy me with the see too far. I think that was around 2019 with the see, or maybe even earlier. It just started to bother me with the you see too far. I'm seeing too far. What do you mean by that? You're seeing too far. What does that even mean?
Well, there should be a curve in the way, obviously, at 8 8 inches per linear mile squared. And I always go back to the 30 words that we did. I mean, you start thinking. So, that's when it clicked for me that they're actually, and obviously the globe is flat poem because the Greeks were measuring Earth flat, and Al-Biruni was. So that was already there. They're already using these things, and then in the arena you're finding out, well, they're actually telling us about elevation angles themselves, and plumb and perpendicular. Why are they using these terms when they're supposed to be using terms of curvature and curvature measurement? They're not doing that, and
don't have any choice.
That strange. That's why I said.
I was just saying they don't have any choice. That's the only option on the table.
yeah, that's it. Well, I think when it was the penny, when it started to sort of, my mind started thinking about it back then. That's why we need get these 30 words together. Why are you using our words? Stupid, isn't it? And then we've just progressed from there, I think. And it's like, yeah, it's just obvious now that they've always been talking about how flat Earth is. They've got no choice, Nathan. Yeah, correct. They've got no choice whatsoever because that's the way it's measured. You can make things up and talk nonsense and make definitions up that can't be demonstrated in physical reality. You can do that as much as you want, but in reality, it's measured flat from sea level, mean sea level.
Is a better example. So where I was saying it's like fighting on a field. Here's a different example. It's like saying, we will fight you over the existence of metals. Metals do not exist. This is globe believers. You're like, what do you mean metals don't exist? There's no such thing as metals. So what we will do is we will go and we will harvest these other things from the ground, heat them up, forge them into swords and bullets, and fire them at you to show you how metals don't exist.
Yeah, they don't exist, but we're going to use them to try. I'll tell you, they don't exist.
I mean, for convenience, they do. For the sake of fighting, metals do exist. But metals don't exist. Take that!
Yeah, it's exactly what's going on. Psychological dilemma, much.
When we need to fight against you, flat earther, yes, for convenience, Earth will be flat. That means it's globe-shaped.
Well, they do it, don't they? Though they all do it. You've seen him on whoever they are. So, McKeegan, showing you about the elevation profiles with a horizontal 0 degree baseline. You've seen him do. Somebody explaining how Eratosthenes measured. The distance between 2 points, and then use the surface of Earth for an elevation angle. They've drawn the picture. The straight baseline with the angle, 2 straight lines. They're showing you how it's done using a flat Earth and elevation angle measurements and a linear distance between 2 points. You can draw it out, and you'll see exactly what's going on.
But while we're arguing about how bullshit it is or isn't, can we just agree that for convenience, everyone measures Earth flat, and locally, we will deal with and survey Earth flat to have this argument? Can we just agree? Look, everyone knows miles are linear, okay? Let's just both sides of this discussion accept that we will and can only use flat Earth measurements to have this argument. Are we all agreed? Right, now let's get down to the real business. Earth's not spherical, okay? Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah, it's unbearable. Like I say, I've had a kid on a maid on who he is. He's on YouTube. He's been. I've kept it up with him a bit, just messing about with him, but I think he's at the point now, of breaking point, because I've just been going on about the 8 inches per linear mile squared and how much he needs that. It's his, that's his flat earth proof to me. I said, you're the flat earther here. I'm just telling you about measurements. You're actually telling me how Earth's measured flat. And he started off quite cocky, and he's coming, but he writes me paragraphs. And he said it always sends me 2 messages. So I explained to him again, if you send me 2 messages, like you're shooting 2 messages off, I don't read the first one. I only read the most recent one, just to let you know. He's not stopped doing it. And then I only ever read within the first sentence. I don't go any further because I've just picked something out that he's telling me how Earth's measured flat. So I just say, just stops on the 8th word. You're telling me how Earth's measured flat again. And I can tell he's at a breaking point, because he's gone through the had hom. Now his things are getting shorter. Now he's telling me that I'm a troll and I'm not really a flat earther, and it's best we'll just end this conversation. He sounds like a broken man.
Yeah, don't you realise that in the south, Earth's spherical surface is measured antipodal from the north? Don't you know that? I'm just going to stop you there. South's flat. You're just a troll telling me about this flat Earth direction. Yeah, but it is. No, you're just a troll. You just don't understand how spherical we measure these horizontal distances and directions. You just don't understand.
Yeah. I think I must have mentioned the 0 degree baseline sea level. Sorry, I mean mean sea level being the master reference about, 20 times. And I keep again, one day you've still not explained where you obtain these flat Earth measurements from. 20 messages later, after mentioning the 0 degree baseline called sea level, he's still asking me where's my description of how it's measured flat. He's dealing with psychological dilemma much.
It does sound like you like the sport of it. Like you're enjoying having a proper poke.
Yeah. I think it's so easy just to point out where they're pointing out Earth's measured flat. I mean, I'm not doing anything really. I'm just letting him do all the talking and saying, the first 2 sentences, you're measuring Earth flat again, mate. Just pointing it out to you. I'm not getting myself worked up or anything. I'm just letting him tell me how flat Earth's measured.
You need to ask him, where does he get his baseline from? Because he cannot get it from a curved surface.
I don't know if
that's right,
true.
George.
That's not a true statement. You can get it from a curved surface, but the surface being curved, that's hills, is measured with respect to sea level. But you're offering up the opponent the ability to say, yeah, it can work with a curved surface.
A baseline cannot work with a curved surface. It's a baseline.
Or if you're on a hill?
It's on the base of the mountain. No.
Well, the mountain's not a flat baseline, is it?
On a map is a straight line. It doesn't account for contours of the landmass. It's a straight baseline for this angle to occur. It needs a flat plane. It just doesn't have one on his worldview.
Yeah, and he'll continue to tell you how he's not got one when he mentions 8 inches per linear mile squared. And if he mentions the altitude of a plane, he'll be using sea level for the height above that. Sorry, Len, go on, mate.
There you go. That same baseline that he needs. He doesn't have one on his worldview. That's my point.
Sorry, I'm slightly off topic. I remembered another video that I tried posting last night. It was a view from Bermuda of a rocket launch coming over. So we were talking the other day about the rockets just dipping down and disappearing as they get to Bermuda. But I thought it would be interesting to see that perspective. It's quite interesting. It just, well, the videos in Master B.
And why is that?
Do you want me to look
You're
at it tomorrow?
expected to have a countdown to impact. 5, 4, 3, and impact on water. For that countdown to happen, you need a flat plane.
Yeah, but with this video, the ballers could argue, look, it's coming from the ground, it's coming around the curve, but to anyone that understands perspective and the vanishing point, like an aeroplane's not flying down towards the ground as it goes into the distance.
Distance,
Plus,
you say?
I mean, when we're saying like you'll need this, you'll need that. It's not a case that they need it. That's what they're using. That's what they're telling you they're using in the first place. So it's not a matter of fact that you're going to need this, you're going to need that. No, that's what they've got, and that's what they're using. They've already got it. They don't need it because it's there. You're being used by them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. All of this was made in the flat plane from the beginning. They've turned it into a sphere, but all measurements are flat.
Actually, that's a different one, Nathan. The one that I thought I reposted, it just kind of disappears at a point. Very strange.
I mean, if you dig it out, we'll cover it tomorrow. All right, are we done for the day?
Yeah, we could be if everyone's a bit quiet. But just saying to George, like, yeah, I'm not saying it's you, George, but basically what I'm saying is, yeah, we say you're going to need this or you're going to need that. You don't know. That's what you've got. That's all you've got, whoever you are. Anyone who's talking about measurements of Earth doesn't need anything. That's what they've got, sea level. Yeah. That's what they will be using. That's what they are using. End of.
And with that,
Is that the end of the show or the end of the after show? Or the after show? I didn't. Obviously, I've only just got back on Skype, Neil, but I did have a flick through, not properly because I've just been that mad. But I seen Toon's been getting involved with you again, mate. Has it? We talk about that now. I don't know what part of the bloody show we're on. You know.
Gets involved in what?
I seen you posted some sending you messages again. I read a bit of it. It just sounded absolutely pathetic. I think you might have been dragging your family into it.
Oh yeah.
I missed all that. So
yeah, that whole thing. We didn't talk about it on the show. It's not worth it. But yeah, it's just what they do. This is what they do. They, had a guy in one of the chats. I think it was. It's probably Buck's Oddbuster. Didn't know your brother Joey's gay? I said, are they talking about my friend Joey that I talk about? The one that got murdered by the mob? Like, I don't even know where they're getting the information. No, he was not gay.
Well, even if he was gay, he would have been measuring a flat.
That's exactly what I said. Does that change him being gay or not? Does that change the fact of how Earth is measured?
No,
He meant to say he's a happy person.
What was that?
Hey?
He meant to say, when he called him gay, he meant to say he's a happy person.
Oh, I see. So I should have said yes, and he's very happy. Very happy guy.
You can only have homosexuality on a flat Earth.
That's correct.
You can't be gay on a globe.
No, it just doesn't work out. Like, how would you? I won't even say it.
Yeah.
That's what somebody
How
said
would
in
you
chat
stay
the
on
other
the top?
day. There's Nathan.
How would you stay on the top or bottom? I mean, in relation to what?
Top
I didn't
and
want to
bottom,
say
that's
it.
correct. They are with respect to a plane.
I didn't want to say it. Hello. Somebody mentioned it the other day. They were like, every time somebody says this certain phrase, Nathan starts talking about the glory hole. The hell is the glory hole?
Glory hole? Where?
That's that ain't phrase.
Let's go.
I'm like, wow, they take. All right, first of all, they took the wonderful rainbow God gave us as a promise and sign that he would never destroy the earth by water again and flood us out. And they made it into a freaking homosexual icon. Now they're taking the word glory, which pertains directly referencing God and all his glory, and they turned it into a hole.
Do you not know what a glory hole is?
Yes, I know what the glory hole is, but it's not a glory hole.
No, not
As a matter of
the.
fact, there's a bunch of shitty things going on there.
I don't think it's the glory hole. You can have a glory hole. There is no the glory. It's not like I've reached the glory hole.
Or they're referencing to. But see, here's the thing. It was, first of all, if you listen to that debate carefully, I don't think it was until what's his name mentioned about a certain type of microphone and its shape.
What was this glory hole debate?
Omnivore, right? He said he would send you a certain shaped microphone.
I think it was specifically cock-shaped.
Yeah.
I'm sure Nathan's already got one of them anyway.
I've got plenty of microphones shaped like chickens.
Aren't all of them?
All of them are very bird-like, yes.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's not that. I mean, you don't come in saying those things. I mean, come on.
Yeah, you can, Neil. If you're not going to be talking about the measurements of Earth, let's talk about bird-shaped microphones.
I think you're on a pretty sticky wicket here if you're trying to defend me on this score. I absolutely will bring it to these filthy things quite quickly, Neil. So to suggest that just because on that particular occasion someone else brought it up first means that I am not like that. Oh, I am absolutely like that.
I didn't say that. I said on that show.
On that particular show, someone else brought it up, yes.
Right, omnivore.
Yes.
It's like it wasn't that you brought it up. He brought it up, and that's all you need is a little crack in the door, and Nathan's coming barging in.
And you need a flat plane to get it up. That's the reality. Up is with respect to a plane. So when you get it up, plane.
I'm going to say that.
That was a bloke named Bird. That was Dawn that brought that up.
I thought it was Omnivore that said, I'll send you a cock-shaped mic.
Yeah, he did.
I was pretty sure it was. My bad.
No, Dawn just called Nathan a demon. Nathan's a demon. We're all friends here. That's the funny part. Because when I hear demon, I associate it with Satan, and he's known as the father of lies. So I find it funny that Dawn would bring that up and then turn around and say, because we're all friends here. That's a lie. They're not friends.
Niels, bottom line, All roads lead to a flat plane.
I heard they'd figured out a nice little numbering structure to put themselves into their little cuck pecking order. Giving themselves little status numbers.
Yeah, that is funny.
Oh, it's the saddest thing I've ever heard. But hilarious.
Yeah, I was told that I lost to a 6th level flirt.
Sixth level. Interesting word.
Level?
6th level. Level, you say?
It also means there's 5 others.
I didn't only lose, I got destroyed by a 6th level flirt named
Glurf?
Hawk.
You mean
Hawk,
Glurf?
do you hear that?
Glurf, you mean?
No, Flurf. Because
they've decided to rank their opponents as well.
Yeah.
I don't think it works like that.
Well,
Americans didn't get to decide the Germans' ranks. You know what I mean? Doesn't work like that, lads.
Well, they know.
Oh, well,
Hawk's a
Nathan,
flat
you'd be
earther.
surprised. I've been called a veteran.
Oh, wow. You're a veteran, Flurf, but that's not, veteran doesn't put you on a certain level. Just means you've been around a while.
I used to be known as the elevation angle guy a few years ago in politics.
Yeah, also half deck.
Yeah, that, at the time when we was doing it, I was just going in elevation angles, GP, this, GP, that, the radius, circles of equal elevation. And I used to go in there, oh, here's that bloody elevation angle guy again. Is that all you're going to talk about? And yeah, it is actually. That's all I'm going to talk about.
I'm trying to ignite Hop because Hop should get offended because he was only called a 6th level Flurf. That's bad.
Well, I can call him Eddie, and he can call me Al.
Well, I went to the chat, and there was Jesse, and who else was there? Elder Bear, all of that crew. Yeah, they were trolling the flat earthers there on the chat. So I bring up the picture that I have on my phone from Jesse. Yeah, that he's very proud of them with rise over run, right angle triangles, and so on. And that's when they called me a veteran because my argument was debunking all of their arguments with their own stuff. They don't like that, do they?
Well, like we said before, they've been doing it from day one.
Yeah, they're using rise over run in the same way Bill Burr was using azimuth and altitude. It's like when you're going to describe the distance, that's the run, with the perpendicular elevation deviations with respect to that run, that's the rise, then it will and can only be a flat earth prerequisite description of horizontal distance versus perpendicular vertical altitude. That's what rise over run is. But someone like Jesse will take that and say, like Bill Burr, without the B and C of it, rise over run, flat earth measurements, therefore bull.
He even has a level line parallel with a baseline.
Yeah. So Red Rhetoric did the same thing. So for whatever reason, he was starting to knock me for having a sex life not so long ago, about 6 months ago. So I'm like, okay, well, let's have a look at something from 10 years ago with Red Rhetoric. And you just go to his videos, and it takes you about 2 minutes to find him asserting that the distance between 2 points in the United States was X distance in miles. And it's like, okay, so you're ascribing this huge level linear distance for you to make your assertions about elevation angles to the moon. You're like, my God, it doesn't matter who they are or what they're utilizing. They're always making use of flat earth prerequisites and measurements. Distances in this instance, elevation angles in this instance. You're like, what's that? I've got a sex life. Yeah, you measure Earth flat, dickhead. You all do. But for years, they got away with measuring stuff like on screen now, an elevation angle to the sun, and say that only works on a globe. Oh, what are you talking about? It's a flat Earth elevation angle. Yeah, but we've for years got away with talking about flat Earth measurements without anyone noticing how flat they are, to say we're on a globe. Stop pointing out how flat our measurements always were. That's the only thing that they can tell us. Well, that's actually your measurement now. What me pointing out how you've measured Earth flat is now my claim. It's now my 8 inches per mile squared because the miles are linear. Well, don't you know that miles are linear? Well, yeah, they are linear. That's the point. We're measuring Earth flat with them. Well, that's your claim now. No, it isn't. It really isn't. It's yours. It's still yours. You just needed Earth to be flat and you can't cope with how flat. You've been measuring Earth this whole time. Dumbos. They're all thick. That's the problem. I think that's the answer to today's question on the live show. Why is this so cognitively difficult for them? Because they have to have introspection and humility to cope with it. And it's something they lack. They haven't got any of that. They haven't got any introspection or humility. So when it comes to, well, you've used flat Earth measurements here, they don't know how to cope with it. They fall to pieces because they've got nowhere to go. The only place they can go is introspection and humility. And they can be damn sure they don't want to be doing that. These are dweebs, aren't they?
Yep. Definitely.
No, it becomes your 8 inches per mile squared now. No, it's your globe Earth radius now. What, now that you've been using it flat this whole time? It becomes mine? No, I'm afraid not. You do definitely use this flat Earth radial value, though, don't you? You definitely do use this flat Earth elevation angle, though. You definitely do use these flat linear distances, though, don't you? No, they become yours now that they're flat. No, they always were flat. Idiots. That's why you've always been appealing to them. That's how it's measured.
It's funny how they all do it, though. I mean, I don't know if it's planned out in the head or it's just like you say, it's happened to you on that show and a number of times and it happened to me just on them back and forth on the YouTube chats with this guy now who's breaking a breaking point, saying it was my claim. Now, did he just think to himself, I'm going to just tell one deck this is his claim? Or did he really think it was my claim to start with? I mean, I don't know what's going on in their head, really. But they all do seem to behave in the same way and have the same sort of rebuttals and cogdis. It just must be some sort of cogdis psychological dilemma program that's running at this point in the minds, because they all do exactly the same thing, and it's they can't all be talking to each other at the same time saying, well, we're going to stick to this rhetoric. They all do it. It's just like a natural garbage cogdis program that starts running.
Well, I had a baller telling me that north is not up, is forward. I said, oh, good. Welcome to Flat Earth. He was staring at me for a while, yeah? And then I break it down to him as to why welcome to Flat Earth. Yes, north and south, east and west is horizontal movements. You just go forwards. You don't go around the ball or anything like that. You go forwards horizontally. You describe it perfectly. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'd do, George. I'd give him a little compass and a map and say, just go and use that. Go and walk, 3 miles north and then turn around and walk 3 miles south and tell me, did your compass ever not be horizontal parallel to surface level?
And even the word up is perpendicular to a plane. They can run, but they can hide.
Yeah, well, they might be running around a curved racetrack, mate.
Well, we don't see much of opposition nowadays. There's nothing to oppose to. They only have to agree. That's why the debate is finished.
What was that? What'd you say?
There is no more debate. We don't see no one coming to defend our point, our victory point. No one to rebuttal them. There is no rebuttal. They use their own arguments. The language being used, the geometry being used, how we as a civilization live. It's with that geometry. Only works on a flat plane.
Yeah, they're saying, we're saying the debate's over, but a lot of people are yelling from the sidelines. The show's over. They're slowly dying. The ship is sinking slowly. Like Nathan said, what ship do you ever know that sank slowly?
Well, they have to sing victory, isn't it? But they are losing. The numbers of flat earthers are increasing further and further more. Not many people are giving their faces, or voices, or avatars, or intervening with it. But they're coming around.
Are you sure the
End of the
ship's
day,
sinking, Neil, or
life goes on.
disappearing bottom up, mate?
Boats disappearing bottom up. Yeah, at the naked eye, maybe. But since you introduce a lens, or since a monocle was invented, or binocles, or any device to increase your field of view, you can bring those boats back into view. Same experience I was having when I was living in the Azores. Sometimes you could see different islands, sometimes you couldn't see them. Obviously, they were not moving. It was weather allowing us to see it or not. In other words, the horizon was moving depending on the weather. It was obvious to us. Sometimes you can see it, sometimes you cannot. But obviously, the indoctrination at school was greater. Yeah, but it never made sense. When I say it never made sense to me, was I couldn't fit that on the geometry of Earth. It never made sense to me. A moving measurement. The target is moving. Oh, today's closer. No, tomorrow is further away. What you see here is a mirage.
That's just seeing too far.
You remember the famous, at the beginning of all this argument, the Chicago scene from Lake Michigan.
Yeah.
Even Bob Skiba went there himself to prove it. So the news anchor was saying, what you see here is a mirage.
Yeah.
What is a mirage? It's a clear picture.
But what were we seeing? We were seeing what our eyes were capable of seeing.
Well, it's measured flat in all instances. It's like when we start talking about, there can't be a glow because, the flight time from this place to that place would alter, because it's going to be spinning it in different directions. But instead of going down that path, you know, the plane is an altitude above sea level, and it's mostly in straight and level flight. End of story.
Well, I've revisited that picture recently. Yeah, the Chicago picture. And it came to me, look how flat it looks like. You know, that mirage looks ever so horizontal. So, you know, that refracted horizon is so perfect horizontal. Refracted or not, it's still horizontal, isn't it? That's the main point of the horizon. The reference point that we use of the horizon is to be horizontal, the vector. That's why it doesn't matter how distant it is from you, it doesn't lose its orientation. It's still horizontal.
Didn't you say?
Say it again, Neil.
No,
you'd say?
Distance, you say? And that's another thing.
Distance.
We see too far. Far as in distance?
Oh, well, my optician would disagree with you. Is that why I need glasses? I see too far.
Have you seen it? It's there.
Speaking of that, D Rose hasn't been around in a while.
Not seen Eli for a while either.
Well, D Rose is he works at an optometrist, right?
When you say, Neil, he hasn't been around, what do you mean?
I mean, he hasn't been in our circle of influence.
Oh, I see.
Too far. So
You guys
are you going in?
No,
is the nonsense still going on, George, with the in politics? Then are they still talking about the refractive index and refraction and how far you should or shouldn't see? Is that what's going on nowadays?
I wouldn't know, man. I've been very busy. This is the only channel I come around, and the other thing is I can't stand those people anymore. You know, before you guys talked about them and whatever happened between you guys, I already had something between me and them. So
yeah,
no,
that reminds me. I did call in there a few weeks ago, and what was it now? It'll come to me in a minute. A point talking. This was Goldberg and the Flat Earthers, and oh God, what the hell was it? Was he talking about? It'll come to me in a minute. Sorry, but I'll have to come back on.
I don't know. Every time I go there, I see the confrontation is that I find myself with is the people that run the channel, not the ballers. It's not because of the argument itself, you know. It's because they mute and they insult, and I just feel not welcome.
It was It was something to do with measurements and calculation, and they was talking about something, and I don't know it word for word, but basically, I brought up the you know it's only calculated. They were talking about the spheroid, and I brought WGS 84 up, pointing out that it's openly admitted that it's a mathematical concepts or model, whatever you want to call it, that's been agreed on. Even if you go deep into that, you can you can find out the information that all the measurements in the first instance are flat. So I was pointing that out, and two of the flat earthers said to me, and one of them, I think he's like maybe one of the server creators. I can't think of his name, but they said you're wrong there one day because they actually calculated gravity. So I was telling the WUS 84 is just a model derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements, and it's just been agreed upon. And it's it's not actual measurements; it's calculated from them flat Earth measurements. And they said I was incorrect because they actually do the measurements of gravity is taken into account for the WGS. This is a flat earther telling me this.
Can you imagine Habersan use a gravity formulas of some sort?
Hold on, the measurement of bend space-time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
How's that measured?
I don't know if
What
he
they're
was
talking
referring to
about
that
is the Habersan formula, which is what it's used to convert the horizontal plane into their model, whatever it's called. It doesn't account for gravity any sort. What's that gravity anyway?
Well, they might have been. I don't know what. But I seem to be getting hounded down about it. These were the two main flat earthers in there. And when I brought this up, I was getting a little bit hounded by them.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think I was there, but this was some time ago.
Wait, you said you've been getting south about it? Don't get south. Just pick your head north and stay north.
Look north. Keep your head north.
Chin north, head north, and everything will be fine.
But it's stuff like that surprises me. When people who are arguing for the flat Earth and they're talking about, the geoid and the fucking the spheroid, whatever you call it. And I'm pointing out, well, that's just a mathematical model, WGS64, and it's like, and it's just a calculation. No one, they did take measurements into account. They had to gravity.
You missed it.
Sorry, mate.
You missed it. The other day they had the answer for the compass, an inclination compass.
All right. What was the answer? How does that work?
You need a 90.
When you say compass, you're not talking about a magnetic compass. You're just talking about a compass, which is the instrument to draw circles, correct?
I put the definition in Master B. I'll go find it and I'll read it out for you.
I understand they are different. One is a magnetic compass that we use for navigation. The other is a compass used for navigation, but to draw circles.
I don't know. Neil was explaining this, so I don't know what term he was talking about. I wasn't there.
Here it goes. Ready?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Inclination refers to the angle between the Earth's magnetic field and the Earth's surface. This is also called the magnetic dip or dip angle. The Earth's magnetic field is not parallel to the Earth's surface. At the equator, the inclination is 0, which means the magnetic field is horizontal. It's horizontal. Toward the magnetic poles, the inclination increases and becomes vertical with a value of 90 degrees.
Where are they getting that depression angle from?
Well, I counted about 3 flat Earth prerequisites, or flat Earth sine qua nons.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there's no, listen, here's the thing. There's no rebuttal to it because it's not something that can be rebut. It's just a fact of reality. We all live in the world
Equator,
and
you
we all
said.
live in reality.
Equator, you said. Welcome to flat Earth.
Exactly.
You know what the equator
That's
is,
one of
don't
them.
you? It's the minimum elevation angle to Polaris.
Yeah.
Inclination refers to the angle, that's the first one, between the Earth's magnetic field and the Earth's surface. So we're talking about angles here. That requires a horizontal baseline, the surface of Earth. This is also called the magnetic dip or dip angle. It's the second use of angle. The Earth's magnetic field is not parallel to the Earth's surface. At the
You're not getting an angle,
equator,
are you?
huh?
You won't be getting an angle then.
Right. At the equator, the inclination is 0 degrees.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Exactly, which means the magnetic field is horizontal.
Welcome to flat Earth again.
Toward the magnetic poles, the inclination increases and becomes vertical with a value of 90 degrees.
Welcome to flat Earth. And then the 90 degrees is another welcome. Yeah, the increase of the elevation, yeah, the angle is increasing. Yeah, yeah.
But these are the things they post that they try to rebut us with when actually we're in agreement here. There's no freaking battle. There's no war. If anything, it started out as a war, but then as time went on, it's like a ceasefire. Like, you might as well start the peace talks. Because we're all on the
Neil,
same page.
what
What
you're
leads to
saying,
peace? What leads, Georgie, what leads to peace? When people are in agreement, right? And they agree with us.
Exactly. We are
at the
in
end of the day,
agreement.
all that,
If this is what they believe, we are in agreement. Just don't tell us, don't turn around in the end and say it's a sphere, because you didn't describe one.
They can't have a sphere because all the mapping of Earth is measured from a 0 degree baseline called mean sea level. And it's level. Hence the word level.
And they are in agreement now. You know, before they were debating that level is curved, blah, 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 bullshit, yeah? But now we are in agreement that that level even says that. The equator is the 0, the angle is 0 elevation, yeah? It's flat, it's horizontal, up until Polaris, where the angle becomes eventually at 90 degrees. We are in agreement with that. No one is refuting that. It's welcome to flat Earth all along. Just give them a handshake and that's it. Move on. If he comes around and says it's a sphere, then you have a problem.
Well, the thing is, that's not even correct. What they say that level is curved, because when you look up the definition of level, it's no point higher or lower. But if you look up the definition of level on a globe, that's when it says it's equidistant from the center of the globe or sphere. So they're being disingenuous with that as well.
Yeah, we haven't got, obviously, we can't have a globe because everything's measured from sea level.
That definition doesn't conform with the definition of sea level, which is to conform to the shape of the Earth. Let that sink in. To conform to the shape of the Earth. And that's Pascal's principle come along as well.
Yeah, that makes it level. Well, here's the thing. They had no rebuttal on the show for flight when I mentioned, just flight, distance, height over distance, right? What they did was they brought me to the flight of Chile to Santiago. There's a distance involved there, right? And that distance would be as the crow flies, so does the plane, right? When it's life and death, like flying, they're not going to be accounting for anything other than its flatness and level flight, straight level flight.
Yes and no. It's straight and level to certain points. Yeah, you go straight and level on this route to one point, and then you deviate again, and you go so on, so on. Long distance flights.
Hold on. Then they're changing altitudes.
Long distance flights. The airplane needs to be within 3 hours of a near airport. So there are slight deviations. It's not a straight line like we think. So nowadays,
I never
it's not
said
straight
that.
like that.
No,
Hold on a second. I never said that.
Level.
I never said it wasn't going to change. And what are you talking about with change? And what's that change in reference to? What I'm saying is when that sucker levels off, hold on. When that sucker levels off, it's going to fly at that 30,000 feet till instructed to go to another height. Okay?
Yeah, it can change direction, the the horizontal direction, and remain at the same altitude above sea level.
Right, but even in change of altitude. Change of altitude.
You can't get away from it, mate.
It doesn't matter. It's still, listen, before taking off, before the airplane takes off, one of the first things they'll introduce in the data in the airplane is the altimeter. You need to know how high above sea level the runway is. That number is given to you by the control tower. You introduce those numbers manually, your height above sea level. Why? Because you need to account from sea level after taking off, mountains, anything that can come in the proximity. And you need to maintain a certain altitude from even before taking off. And when you land, you'll know the height of the airplane, of the runway that you're going to land on. Even if you have minimum visibility, you'll know how much high you are.
Georgie, hold on, Georgie. Will we be flying at any distance for any certain amount of time?
Thanks, Len.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, case closed. I don't need to know all the other bullshit. I understand what you're saying, which is good to know. But once I got a distance, if I'm flying at a certain height measured with the altimeter through barometric pressure, and that's at a certain distance, the game's over.
Yeah, indeed. It's been over for a long time.
2,000 years? Been over. Oh, well. At whatever point we received sea level, it was over.
I don't know if Len can hear me. Thank you for sending me a PayPal, Len. Really appreciate it.
Len is a shout out to Len.
Shout out to Len. Top man.
He's not there. Oh, he is. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
He gave a thumbs up. You know what that means? I'm busy working, you freaking YouTube heads. That's what my wife called me the other day. You're a YouTube.
You know, drop me a line. I woke up to an email from Mitchell from Australia. He's like, I hear your book's coming out. He says, might it be an idea to release it just after the World Cup? So that people have got something to look forward to after that ends. I'm like, is there a World Cup? I didn't know.
You need a horizontal plane for that.
I've not watched a single game.
Hold on a second. I understand what he's saying. It's the world. They're playing for a cup. And it's, when that's over, they're going to be down because most of let's face it, only one country is going to... South, I mean. Only one country is going to be north, right? So there'll be a little depression involved, and that book will give them great hope.
Depression angle, you say?
But you got listen. One deck. You sent me a message the other day. Am I watching England? Right now, do you get the same intro to it that I get? Like that freaking cities on a globe that's turning, a cartoon globe, and it got all these curved buildings on it.
Listen to this, Neil. Sorry to be rude. Like I say, I'm not big into football, but I'm a United supporter. I'll watch it if I'm watching it. If I don't watch it, I don't fucking watch it. I enjoy watching a good game. I don't like the football chitter chat afterwards and all the crap. Blah blah blah. But anyway, I have watched the England games up to now. Except I think I turned the second one off at half time because it was annoying me. Anyway. The last game, and I'm going to have to look out for this later on if I get home and catch a little bit of the game. There was something in the corner, an advertisement during the World Cup, and it was a little bit mockingly, but it was something to do with flat Earth. Well, if we go to the edge of the Earth, we'll find out it's flat. And I thought, and I missed it. I thought, what was that about? And it was during the World Cup.
You'll be surprised to know then that on the opening, they gather around in the middle of the pitch, and there's a flat Earth map on the ground. The one that we all know about it, exactly the same.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, I know, that's great. But what I'm saying is, it's flat Earth is mentioned either in an advert during this World Cup. So
I'm telling you, people are waking up.
How many people are watching the World Cup? And something's on there. I'm gonna try and find out what it is tonight. Look out for it. I don't know if it's different over here, Neil, or whatever. But I definitely seen something. It was the football was on. There was an advertisement in the corner, and it was showing a picture of something, and it was mentioning about going to the edge of the flat. Is it the flat Earth after all, or something like that? But I thought, wow, that's interesting. Never seen any of that before.
It's still mockery. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, it's still mockery. They project a pizza Earth in a vacuum of space, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I've just never heard it on. Like I said, I'm not a big footballer, but I've never heard it before on any sort of football, especially World Cup. But it also might be mockery, but it also people are. How many people are listening to it? How many people are already the flat earthers? How many people are on the fence thinking about it? And it just triggers your brain a little bit.
I'm trying to find the video. Hold on, Georgie. I'm trying to find the video of it, and it seems like there's a problem. Wow. Go ahead, George.
I'm just saying, these people are not up to date with the flat Earth debate.
One deck, are you trying to implement some kind of soft release?
Are you talking about them glory holes again?
No, just the little drips and drabs. Or you think it's just like a bit of a soft release?
Not sure, but I'm gonna see if I can catch it tonight. See what it was about. Traffic's horrendous. I am now. I don't know if anyone else has noticed in the UK.
It only happens when England plays.
I've not watched any of the other games. I'll just watch England if they're on, and I can watch it. But I won't start crying if I'd miss it.
Well, I have watched quite a few games, but I haven't seen anything rather than the opening. Even though I missed the opening, but it was on the aftermath, I went to watch it on YouTube, and I was surprised to see a flat Earth map in the middle with all of these people around it. They're doing a big circle on Earth, and it's a flat Earth map in the center.
Okay, Georgie, if you're getting it from YouTube, you're getting the same thing I'm getting. Now, pay attention to when they start the video. You'll see freaking koi globe with huge buildings on it, and they're on it on slanted on angles. You'll see the globe spinning by. But I find that funny how they do that.
So that is on the opening ceremony.
Yes, but they show that video every time it starts. You'll see every commercial it goes to. You'll see this freaking cartoon globe with all cities on it, like spinning by as it passes by the screen. And it's like,
Well,
wow,
it's the
this is
world.
mockery.
Well, it's the World Cup. That's it. The heliocentric World Cup.
Yeah, but the buildings are all like on, hanging off the side or freaking hanging off the other side, or, there's only one that's going to be right directly straight. It's weird. When you see it, you'll laugh. Which, once again, my cable is off. Right. It decides, this freaking area where I'm in, it decides when, like, I'm not going to have no internet. It just makes the decision on its own. And I get the whole whirly world thing. Then I got to use my data, whatever that means.
I'm glad you see it like that. When that happens to me, I think it's, I don't know, some kind of a filter that they put on mine. You're listening.
Well, like I say, refrigeration. A lot of the I've told you this before, they're not designed for this temperature in this country. It's to do with installation costs when contractors are trying to get the best pricing to get the work initially. They'll put the equipment in for maximum 28, 30 degrees and think, well, we might get hot for 4 weeks or 2 weeks or 3 weeks of the year, deal with it. But when we do deal with it, you've got to start emptying fridges. Tesco and Marks and Spencer's have been hit really hard. You're walking into supermarkets and there's nothing in the fridges. They've had to waste it or move it out, and it's off sale. But I was on Instagram and there was someone saying, have you noticed how the fridges are getting empty in this heat? I mean, why do they work in Spain and Australia? That's because they're designed for 40, 50 degrees and it's bigger equipment. She's saying,
they are not against the walls.
But she was going on and on and on, and basically what her view was, it's all been planned out. Yeah, these people who own Tesco's and Marks and Spencer's are all tied in with something, and it's all to do with they don't really need to empty the fridges. They just empty them to spur on the global warming situation. But I'm thinking, I know why they're emptying them, because I'm running around like a bloody headless chicken. Because they can't cope, they won't work, but they're doing it. It's all they don't have to do this. If it works in Spain, why doesn't it work for us? Because we're design specs, love. Funny.
Well, you heard about the solar farms here in the UK. They had to switch off the grid. It's too hot. Cannot cope with the heat. Solar farms cannot cope with the heat. Get out of here.
Oh, God.
So when they're going to operate at night?
Okay.
This whole nonsense. I mean, what is it? New Zealand already came out of it. Yeah, they got out of the United Nations plan of climate change battle. They're not going to contribute anymore. They actually want to go. They ask for the minister to go around to schools to tell children that it's been a lie all along. This is embarrassing.
Oh. Yeah, it is. Global warming.
It's been, 30 years, sea level hasn't risen to the levels they were predicting,
So level, you said? Do you mean the global levels?
Conspiratorials, we are. Conspiratards, better said.
Global sea levels are rising. That was David Attenborough, by the way. He did actually say that on a program once. Global sea levels are steadily rising.
It's like global warming. The heat is stacking to a ball.
That kind of language that keeps people indoctrinated, though, eh? Global sea levels are rising. What?
That sounds like a bunch of contradictions there.
It is.
Oxymoronic.
Yeah. Are they expanding with respect to a centre point? No, they're sea levels. What? You know what I mean?
Global sea levels are rising?
Yeah, total nonsense.
But the ice caps are going to melt.
Yeah, then you get movies like Waterworld.
And the global sea level is going to rise.
And coastal properties are expensive as ever.
Hold on. But the global sea level is going to rise in relation to what?
Level.
No,
So how can it rise? It cannot, listen, there's no rising on a
There's no
globe.
level on the sphere.
No, they cannot rise on a globe. You can only fill. Now, if they say that they're filling the globe, okay.
We're not talking about the balloon. It's gonna expand evenly. We're talking about sea level.
Did you not see how McToon measured the spherical Earth without going in the center of it? Well, let me tell you how he did it. He took a tailor's tape and went around his toy globe and said, "You see, Nathan, I'm not going in the center, and I'm measuring the globe."
Neil, he's done exactly the same with the USB lead because he couldn't find the cloth tape.
I've missed that, man.
Here's the thing. That's a joke to me. I'm like, you got to be an idiot to like really like encourage that. But yet he's got thousands of people watching him, cheering him on. So like, listen, that's the level we're at now.
Level, you say?
Well, you can hold the toy globe, wrap a freaking tailor's tape around it and say, "See, measuring it without going to the center. What do you got to say now?"
Right. Well, I'll say, well, who supposedly measured it in the first instance? Let's talk about who it was, when it was, and what method was used.
Surveyors.
We'll talk about Eratosthenes.
With tailor's tape. That's how it's done.
See, you're saying that, and I would just say, "Okay, see you later."
It's easy being anti-flat earther or glober. You're just repeating what the majority of the world is telling you is the truth, even though it sounds garbage, and it is garbage. You can just repeat the nonsense waffle without you're repeating nonsense waffle, but that's what's there. That's the agenda. That's the that's what the heliocentric model is, and you can just do some research yourself. We've all done it, and it's getting worse with AI. It tells you about all sorts of nonsense.
They've run out of tricks. That's what's happening. They've run out of tricks. They don't have any more tricks up the sleeve. They need to bring these not to be used for educational purpose globes Yeah, with these tailor tapes that you can bend around. No, man, that tailor tape is based on a horizontal measurement. A meter is a straight line.
Oh, so
No, they're
you're
still
going to the answer.
using. They're still using the
Use-
same. That same not to be used as an educational globe. Yeah. Supposed model is based on flat earth measurements from a center point, Polaris. I mean, they're still using flat earth measurements. They don't want to, but they are. They've run other tricks.
You're usually trying to convince them. Once they say that, I'm saying, okay, have a nice day. Stay over there, please.
These people are losing their sleep at night thinking about new ways.
No, actually, they're thinking about how they can look into my family history, even though I tell them myself on the show. You know, they look into how many family members you have, what their gender is, what else?
They
How
want to.
many
They
hours
want to
I'm
judge you by
spending
your level
on
of
this. Hold
education.
on, let me finish, please. How many hours I'm spending on YouTube or on the show? You know, they're really keeping track.
How would you measure them hours?
Yeah, they want to
Neil?
know. They want to know your level of education. You know how far went you went on in your education. What for? A 6-year-old, a toddler, can debunk a spherical Earth. I don't need to have a master's degree to debunk this. A horizontal line is a horizontal line. I mean, I can ask a toddler to draw a picture of the horizon. It's going to be horizontal.
So you're saying they could, a very young child can demonstrate how Earth is flat, not necessarily the bunker
Exactly. You
globe.
don't need to have a master's degree to debunk a spherical Earth. That's my point.
He's doing it again, Nathan.
Yeah, but George, they did it. They've done it years ago. I can't think. Was it called it was the Turkish report or something like that? And that's what they did with children. I used to have it on a PDF years ago when I was just looking at that. And they did it with children at certain ages, from before school, during nursery, then junior school, and so on. And just to draw pictures and of mummy and daddy and the house and the flat horizontal baseline, and they was all describing and drawing the place where they lived as
Yeah, but they weren't
horizontal.
debunking the globe. They were just drawing reality.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, exactly. If you draw reality, globe doesn't compute. I didn't know about that study, but thank you for that.
Yeah.
But this
I
is
might
obvious.
have it somewhere, but at a certain age, they found the drawings of the kids or sort of young children then, or not so much teenagers probably, but the pictures were now showing rockets and space and things like that, and the planets. Yeah, so the indoctrination had settled in, and that's how it was.
So wait. So you're saying that? All right, because you got me confused. I thought they asked them like Jin had them specifically sit down and draw a picture of the horizon, a beach, and the shoreline, right? So you're saying that they've asked children to just draw pictures, and at one point they were drawing their family members on a flat Earth or whatever, and now instead of doing things like that, they're drawing pictures of rocket ships and planets.
Yeah, which is nothing to do with the Earth, but when they asked questions, it was a proper study. I'll find it, but it was quite interesting at the time. But it has been done. It was a proper study. I think it was called the Turkish report, or supposed to be Turkey, or something like that.
Not a chicken.
Anyway,
not a finger licking chicken.
Yeah, but if you are into drawing, if you study drawing, you need to have what we call a vantage point, which is always a horizontal plane. You field of view. It always brings back that same thing. When a child draws the horizon, is the vantage point, your field of view, that barrier, that horizontal plane that we see. Same thing when a professional artist is going to do the whatever view he's going to do, it starts with the vanishing point, the middle part. It all requires a horizontal plane.
When you
Doesn't
first go
matter
to
how
art
old
class,
you are, it's like that.
So when you first go to art class and they start teaching you how to draw a face, how do they do that? What do they do? There's a certain technique they use, right? With
Well, I
there's
don't
two
know
lines,
about
a vertical and a horizontal, right? And they cross each other. Then you start your face from, I think this, I don't know. Nathan, you know, your kids are doing art. How do they do that?
I always find it difficult to look at that or find that vanishing point.
What are you saying? You're not seeing far enough, buddy?
I'm saying it keeps vanishing.
Bottom up.
I listened to the show the other day. Nathan, there's a few you got by me, but we were talking about music. There was a few songs I didn't hear you say. Good job, man. Nathan was like throwing some freaking Doors songs, but I wasn't picking up on it because I was trying to say something. He said, "Yo, at one point you got to break on through to the other side."
Oh, he's riding the storm that day.
Yeah, that was what I picked up on. But he had a couple he dropped in that were freaking pretty good.
Does he just
and
pick a
you
group,
don't
you
be
think?
talking about music, One Deck. You are not a musician. Oh, that was funny.
Yeah.
He was saying, but wait, music is hearing, and you want to hear something good.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying. When it's not about watching them, it's you can close your eyes and listen to music. You don't have to see it. You don't see. You don't. Yeah, you listen to music.
You mean you cannot taste the music?
No. Don't you know that the air that you're breathing, it's not oxygen? It's not 21% oxygen.
Was it?
Oh, you will have a percentage scale. I see.
It's like you're talking about this global warming and carbon reduction program. I mean, I don't get into it all that, and I don't know the figures and the percentages, but the things that pop up in these meetings with these people who are dealing with this and putting the tax on it and putting things into place for $60 million or whatever it was. I can't remember the ins and outs of it. There was somebody was asking him just direct questions about. It was using the word atmosphere, but what percentage of carbon occupies the atmosphere and other things as well. But these people who are actually dealing with it and putting taxation on things and putting these programs together have not got a clue about what it is they're doing it for. They haven't got the information.
Of course.
Saying we need to do this.
That value is based on what? On the radius of Earth.
The money grab. All it is a money grab.
I'll pay tax on global warming if you can give me any measurements of a globe.
No.
If not,
Here's the thing.
Of course.
It's a money
we used
grab.
to pay a window tax here in the UK. They used to charge per window your council tax. That's why many people close their windows in bricks, not to pay the tax.
Yeah,
they were taxing how much sun you could get in your property.
Yeah, but you imagine, George, right? I said this months ago. Imagine if there was some way where we could put something together where, we could, not convince people, because it's probably right anyway. We've already mentioned global warming and the tax and all that. But if you could put like this together to say, listen, if the earth is flat and these taxes, if you jump on board with this and realise that this is happening, that this is a whole scam. We don't live on a globe and there's no global warming. So there'd be no. If you could save people money by telling them the earth's actually flat, and when you realise that, this will. This is
One
free,
deck, you're on it. One deck. You show people that living on a globe is costing them. Oh shit! I think you're onto something here. One deck. Because when money's involved, people's beliefs go right out the window.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You give me. I'm not paying any global tax unless you can prove to me I'm living on a globe.
So you think showing people that there's a cost involved with being on a globe will help them to break on through?
Yes, exactly, Nathan. And that's the door. Hold on, I'm going to turn this pun right in. And those are the doors that we'll be knocking down.
The doors will be opened, and we'll break on through to the other side.
Right, but I see what you're saying, One Deck, because that's true. You show me, I will be behind you 100% with this global warming, and I'll pay as much as you want. But you got to hold me how it's a globe.
Yeah, but work it out. Work it out. How much money is involved with the globe? What? Go on. We've got global warming. What else?
Hold on. You send a letter to the government saying you refuse to pay tax to a government that promotes a spherical Earth. Until you prove to me that we live on a sphere, we're not contributing for the education of this country or any other thing.
No, that's not going to work, Georgie. One Deck's got a better plan. Focusing on what they're forcing you to pay them because of this global warming. No problem. We'll pay it.
And anything else, there must be something else. I don't know without having a good think about it. But you got global warming. There must be other money.
Actually, One Deck, it's not even global warming anymore. It's global emergency. So I'm hearing you about the emergency. And yes, these things would be devastating if it happened. And I'll pay whatever tax you want me to pay. But you got to show me this globe. Then they'll say, well, just go look at NASA. They've been flying to the moon since 1969. What's wrong with you?
I want some measurements. I want to know who measured it and how many.
There you go.
I don't want to look at video footage or cartoons. I want to know actual physical measurements.
No. Your boss on the table, Andy Garcia's case.
Who? Andy Garcia?
Andy Garcia, who? The Godfather?
Is it? Maybe. I think it's Andy Garcia, isn't it? The guy who won the Flat Earth court
no,
case.
you're talking about the other guy. Andy Garcia is an actor. You know that, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. I messed up the name. Sorry.
You're talking about the Flat Earth guy. Andy Garcia's got a great
Flat
scene
Earth
with the
guy
red
who
robe.
won. It's Garcia something.
Yeah, he went to court. He took them to court, and they couldn't prove there was a globe or something. Zen Garcia.
Zen Garcia, that's the name. Yes, he won twice in court. You just need to borrow that document.
Yeah, but listen,
table.
George, I'm interested in it. George, I'm interested in this because that must have been some time ago. You're gonna need a Flat Earth to measure time. But what case did he put forward then? Because I doubt it was anything that we're saying.
It wasn't nothing that we are saying. He asked for people to prove that we lived on a sphere and that we were spinning as a planet, above whatever miles per hour. And they failed to prove.
Yeah, but that's not affecting anybody's money. That's not affecting the monetary. Yeah, but that's
put
not
the price
affecting anybody.
out there. If you can prove these things, the money is yours. So somebody put in the claim and you refute it. They took him to court and he won.
What I'm saying is if you could do an Excel spreadsheet, like when you're working out your money coming in and your money coming out, and then if you did it on a globe, living on a globe in these areas, this is what we have to pay for. There might be nothing else except for global warming. But I'm sure there must be something.
The end result is global emergency. But all the things that they're saying are causing it because there's a crack in the sky, like the atmosphere.
Do a search on it. I'm driving. How much does global emergency cost the average Joe. Right. So if that's costing you £1,000 a year, well, that's £1,000 a year that you shouldn't be paying.
Well, they're saying that we shouldn't be using combustion engines anymore. That's a direct reason for the global emergency, the carbon emissions. I mean, it's basically everything.
Yeah, but I'd like to say, well, yeah, okay, you're being forced into electric cars. I mean, I think they're a lot more expensive. So you've got an additional cost there for a motor car if you're being forced into electric cars, probably. What else? I mean, if you did a quick search on it, I bet you'd get how much is global emergency costing the average person in the UK?
What you gotta do is you gotta get the normal Joe and Betty, right? Whoever their names are, just pick any two names. You gotta get the regular people. And how do you get them? Make a YouTube video. See if it goes viral. Let them know, listen, living on a globe is costing you a lot of money. And here's what we found out. And then we break down the measurements. Everything else is bullshit. So you're being taxed on something that don't exist.
Exactly. You're being taxed on a model, a WGS84 model. You're paying for that mathematical shite. Let's get it together. I want to know what it's costing me and you. And we're going to start a revolution. Global revolution.
Where's gin? Let's get gin.
Like I said before, that still selling for a premium, you know?
Well, but it's practical things. I mean, think about it. Go ahead.
Well, mate.
Vive la révolution!
Listen, it's practical things, right? If you show people in a practical way what's going on, perhaps, I don't know, perhaps they're happy living on the globe. Maybe they want to stay on there. Because remember now, even though you are showing them that the cost is bullshit, you're taking away their dream too. Right? This is a 12-year-old fantasy dream that people have. That one day we're going to travel to these places. The same way we did when we discovered the Americas. Only this time, we're going to go up. Right?
You know who you remind me of with this.
We're going to conquer space, right? And we're going to find out. And we're going to colonize these places like Mars and Saturn, right? So remember, you're taking away your dream now.
It's time to take Star Wars.
Have you guys heard about this guy, Dr. Greer? Talks about this free energy from other world. He's been talking about for years and years and years. It's another one, from the feast of nonsense, I call it. Just kicking the can down. I don't know if you know who I'm talking about.
I think his name is Stephen Greer. I remember that guy floating around.
Was it Whitty?
And what's he promoting? Free energy?
Yeah, free energy that the United States captured many years ago, and it's going to free the world from energy, and so on and so on. But the same argument has been at least 10 years, I reckon.
Yeah, that's the basis of that show I've been watching from the video game Fallout. That's the whole thing, free energy.
That like I say, we're getting into the finance and cost. It is, as soon as you're saying free this, free that, don't pay as much money, ears prick up. Yeah, people want to save money.
In the show, it's called Cold Fusion. Free energy.
How much is going to cost me the free energy?
How much is it going to cost to get this free energy started?
How much is my monthly bill?
I mean, at least 10, possibly even as high as £12, maybe even more.
Yeah, but here's the thing. there'll be one initial charge, and then you'll never have to pay another electric bill again. You can have this. Just donate to this cause.
Just pay on installments for the rest of your life.
I'm going to rock down to Electric Avenue and then might take it higher.
Listen, you guys, all you want to do is talk about angles and how it's measured flat. I want to discover things. I want to be. Remember who said that? Remember the famous words of what's it? We're standing around talking about elevation angles and measurements. Well, he's going to go out and discover things. Well, he discovered that you keep messing around and talking shit, you're going to lose your wife. The other guy, right, lost his wife and gained a child. Not his, but still a child.
Which in Jaron?
Who?
Were you a freaking owl? Which in Jaron?
You know, that's
Never
funny
heard about
because
them.
I seen this short where freaking it's from Wolf of Wall Street when freaking the Duchess throws the freaking water in his face and she's asking him who's Venice and he's like, who? She's like, what are you, a fucking owl?
Well, I came across a video of our dearest friend, David Wise. And normally I skip these videos. But on this one, I was shocked to hear him talking about gas pressure without the container and things like that. Measurements of Earth. So what?
He did. I heard him say something about measurements. Somebody else said that.
Oh my God. Thanks God, man.
Whoa.
Finally.
Hang on a minute, George. George. Yeah, he's going on to that, but that's nothing to do with the measurement of Earth. That's just oxymoronic gas particles, you know.
Yeah, but we do measure it.
Yeah, but he's bringing the arguments through. He's just still, he stutters a lot. He's not. We can see he's not comfortable talking about it. He needs to verbalize it better. But he's on it.
Well, do you know what? I seen him do, and I can't remember how long ago it was. He was doing. It wasn't not that we don't even debunk this now. Or he was trying a black swan argument, but it wasn't the actual black swan. Yeah, he was trying it, and he ruined that. I can't remember. He was trying to do it, but he ruined it.
Even that's retarded. Yeah, what do we say about the black swan now?
Obviously, when he puts it on his own words, he's the problem.
Why would anybody... Hold on, I got a question. Where we are right now, why would anybody bring up the black swan?
If he was trying to debunk a globe.
Yeah, but we could even... all right, so you want to talk about the black swan.
Right,
that's fine. Let's talk about the distance. The only thing I'm concerned about is the distance to the oil rigs and the distance to the supposed horizon.
Yeah, what was the distance to the rigs, Neil? From the observers.
Hold on a second. The problem is trying to debunk the globe. There is no trying to debunk the globe anymore. The globe has been debunked. It needs to be beating.
It's not that the globe has been debunked.
Measurement of Earth. How the Earth is measured.
George, it's not. Bloody hell, George, it's not been debunked. It never existed.
Right. Earth has been proven to be measured flat. Nothing's been debunked here.
Exactly. It exists on people's minds. We just need to wipe that from the people's minds. Yeah?
Yeah, but how are you going to wipe it from the... Hold on, I got something for you, George.
Other, but to bring the reality into the people. Measurement.
How are we going to... Listen, how are we going to wipe it from people's minds if we're constantly, as Flat Earthers, bringing it up?
With an iron? Maybe with an iron? Could we use an iron? Would that do it?
With measurements?
Steam iron.
Listen, we're constantly talking about how we're debunking something like one that said never existed, then we're not helping them. We just got to constantly demonstrate how the Earth is measured flat for everyone, by everyone, whoever does anything. That's how it's been mapped. That's how we travel it.
We've known what the horizon is for years. It's never been defined as a physical location except for in the heliocentric model. And yet we found ourselves at some point in January 2020 arguing about where this non-physical location should be when describing how far the rigs were from line of sight of the observer, and they've probably got a height above sea level.
Wouldn't it be more efficient to use an iron? Like just iron their heads flat?
Well, yeah, it would be easier.
I mean, if you use steam, it really does get the creases out.
No, but you know what I'm saying. How are we gonna ever get it out of their mind if we keep bringing it up?
With an iron. Is nobody listening? Is this thing on?
I didn't say anything about creases.
A steam iron.
Now you see, I knew I was being heard. Yes, steam iron. Effortless.
Steam iron.
Quasimodo.
In seconds.
His face rings a bell.
You normally use a
I'm
beater.
still. I don't know what was said to Bill O'Brien. You got to bring me to this pun. I missed it.
You're going to get locked up if you're using people's faces to ring bells with. I mean, that's just pure violence.
He's not Quasimodo for no reason.
There's never been any globe evidence, has there? I mean, most of what they said back in the day was just like optical phenomena.
The suggested globe evidence ignored the B and C of reality. So what was suggested to be globe evidence had a chronological progression from measuring Earth flat, converting the flat measurement into the mapped protractor that you've taken the angles off a flat surface with, and then suggesting at step D or step 4 that you're on the surface of the protractor that you measure. So it's step 1, measure Earth flat. Step 2, convert the angles to a protractor view. Step 3, paint a pretty map onto the protractor view. Step 4 suggests that that's the evidence of the globe. Now, if you can get the entire world to ignore the B and C of it, the conversion from flat measurements as prerequisites to a convention that has a globe painted on the protractor, and then just suggest that the automatic assumption of sphericity is the true end point of this cognition, then if the world's ignoring the B and C of it, they can suggest that flat Earth measurements can be employed and utilised to suggest you're on a sphere. So that is the trick. That's where Bill Burr goes from. Here's a flat Earth measurement of VOR, direction, horizontal, perpendicular altitude, and here's the end result. We're on a globe. It's like, okay, but in order for you to have those prerequisites and measurements, Earth must be flat. You've just ignored the 2 steps in between your predisposed religious belief in a sphere and the actual utilisable for helicopter flight measurements of a flat Earth. You're just ignoring the middle steps. So when you say, how do you get people to recognise the B and C of it? Well, the whole point of having a controlled opposition narrative of flat Earth is to get the opponents to also whistle past the B and C of it. Now, all we're doing at the moment is focusing on the B and C of it. The B and C of it being, well, in order to create the ball, you've got to measure Earth flat. And further to that, pointing out that that redundancy isn't required if you understand step 1, Earth being measured flat. So long as we continue to focus on the simplest way of disseminating this information, which is to stick to how Earth is measured, then the simplicity of the facts in the matter will and can only prevail. But as I keep saying, and I said it quite often on yesterday and today's show, that in my humble opinion is the reason we must be censored more than we've ever been. Because most people, most normal people, do not want to invest the heavy expense and cognition of looking at sphere Earth paradigms and how they function, to learn how flat Earth must be measured in the first instance, to transpose the angle measurements onto an equatorial plane, create a protractor view and paint a globe onto it, to suggest that that can have a tangential plane that's ultimately transposable back into the reverse engineered plane inside the globe to have the flat Earth measurements exist in the first place. So long as we continue to focus on how flat Earth is measured, the censorship will continue. But ultimately, it doesn't take many people to take your average general public to the most simplistic way of thinking about things. Most people in general do not want the cognitive expense. They don't want the roundabout way of making their way to an outcome. They want the shortcut way. They want the simple way. Well, how can I invest in this in the quickest and easiest way that involves as little mental capacity as possible? Well, just by understanding how Earth is measured. That's dangerous rhetoric. But I think because it is the facts of the Earth measurements anyway, that is to say it's inevitably going to take a foothold. But it'll do that if you do nothing. In other words, you don't have to worry about it. The natural progression of this subject for anybody who looks into it is to find their way to the origin of any source. But most people aren't trained in doing primary source research, so they won't necessarily see the benefit of finding the origin of the measurements. But that, again, won't change the measurement origin or how flat Earth has to be measured anyway. So it kind of, every time you get to the point where you go, how do we expand this into the minds of the masses? You get to the point where you go, well, with the simplest explanation of how it's measured. And then you go, but that isn't necessary because it would have been measured that way anyway. It has to be. So you can't, it always ends up in a self-defeating prophecy, or however you want to describe that. You get to the conclusion about how to wake the masses up and go, that isn't necessary. So it's a weird self-defeating structure to flat Earth. It's going to be flat regardless. The belief that ignores the B and C of it has been put into the Western world's mind view and world set, and at great expense and at constant reiteration and suppression of people who attempt to contradict it. But it won't ultimately ever change how it's measured anyway, so who cares? So you can just go around in that circle forever asking these questions. When you want to wake the masses up, you've got to ask yourself introspectively, why do I want to do this? What benefit does this hold for me as an individual? To wake the world up to the deception, I often get the answer because that means they'll look at other deceptions. And in my mind, that just says to me, this person wants the person who's woken up to this deception of a flat Earth to now listen to them bore the tits off them with 9/11 shite, or Mandela shite, or whatever shite they've been researching before they got to flat Earth. That's what I see it as when I get that answer. Oh, well, it'll open the world, the person's mind to the worldview that they've been deceived in other areas. Oh, right, and you can be their guru, right? You can tell them all about that, right? That's how I view it. So, yeah, if I want to individually communicate the fact to the person, not a group. So I don't want to do it so that people go, look how many people have now come to flat Earth. We've almost beaten the consensus. You're like, do you recognise how flat it must be measured? You do. Do you recognise that you don't have any bearing on it? You do. Do you now feel like you can just get on with life without any particular concern or grief or worry about it? Good. Because that also has a knock-on effect. It means that the stuff that conspiratard flat earther would have told you to investigate and worry about just becomes background noise. Like, you're less concerned about it. I mean, there's a load of things that you can detach yourself from, like the world being annihilated by some rock on its way in an orbital motion that was derived from flat Earth measurements. So this understanding, I don't think you can, while your ideas of appealing to people in terms of the taxation for tragedies like global warming, but what is that? It's just weather. So if you say, well, we need to abandon the globe because suddenly we won't have weather because they're calling weather global. You're like, no, when they say climate change, they're just talking about the fucking weather. They've just hijacked the weather and associated it with the globe. But ultimately, if you do your primary source research on anything to do with weather, you'll find your way to a flat Earth prerequisite measurement of the world anyway. So again, it's back to, what does this benefit me? Well, it only benefits you if you want to pass it on to Nextman, that is, to point out to Nextman that they can relinquish themselves of fears that they may have been predisposed to. In other words, they're less easily fear-bombed. But that's about it. That's the main benefit. You're no longer worried that the globe is going to self-destruct because of the fucking weather, as a good example. Does that mean we'll spend less money on fighting forest fires? No. The only black hole is NASA. That's the financial... When you were trying to figure out, well, what's the global thing I can appeal to tell people that there's no money? Well, that's already been introduced and incorporated, folded in, if you will, to the controlled narrative version of Flat Earth, where it's, are they in a tank or not? Well, they need to practice for the space. You know, it's all been wrapped up in a controlled version of the narrative that's geared and engineered against NASA, but in a controlled and structured way where the people who are putting out the anti-NASA rhetoric are given the angles to attack them with. And those angles very much keep the paradigm of flat Earth versus globe Earth, flat Earth being the psyop version of anti-globe, and globe alive in a discussion/debate that might be aimed towards NASA, but that's never going to shut down the huge black hole of money that NASA is it? Quite the contrary, it serves the purposes of keeping the debate alive so that the real fake nonsense of a globe is kept alive in the mind's eye of somebody who might be on the fringes, because they can come and see that there's a debate taking place. Therefore, it is still feasible that Earth's a globe. For the first few years of me debating the subject, in the back of my mind, I've been like, will I be proven wrong? We're asking for curve. Maybe someone will show it us one day. Well, that's the mindset that you're stuck with if you're in a perceived to be debate. So, like I say, telling people Earth's flat, if it comes with a side order of, but that means there's a lot of stuff that you can, like, relinquish your concerns about, then that I think is positive. But unless you truly want to sort of free the cognition of next man, there isn't a great deal of benefit beyond you understanding that, yes, okay, there are a lot of other things that you've ultimately been lied to about. But I figured that out when I was about 12. Yeah, the news lies to you. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, it definitely does. It's full of shit. Well, but for that point, for me, I turned my back on media. So when people on the flat Earth side over the last 10 years have appealed to me, you'll know that they're lying to the news. I was like, I thought everybody knew that anyway. Obviously, you feel that, you know, people still need to be refreshed, or at least have it reiterated that what the news talks shit. It's like, if you don't know that, you're dumb, as far as I'm concerned. Now, it might not be common sense to recognise that when you're being programmed with it, but in my mind, because I do know that, I do feel like it should be common sense. And if it's not, it's like, well, that's a control structure that you haven't recognised yet. Therefore, you know, you've got bigger fish to fry. And it shouldn't be the case that recognising the prerequisite measurements of Earth's surface that creates a globe should be utilised to bring that individual who's finding that information out on track with a world that's full of deception. It's like, you're an adult, you should recognise deception anyway. And if you don't, then, in my humble opinion, you're of a low IQ and too malleable to have it be of benefit to recognise something inconsequential in the regards to flat Earth and its measurements, that is, as somebody with a low 80 IQ is going to, you know, need. What benefit is that kind of person going to have anyway? They're definitely not flying a plane. They're definitely not surveying anything. So it's like, well, does it matter if that person's got this crazy belief that they've based on every single word that comes from the news reader's mouth being true? So, I don't know. I kind of feel apathetic to these people that want to believe in things that they've been told from the news, and the other group that takes the fact Earth's flat as an excuse to learn that the news is lying to you. You know, these things aren't in any way connected. I mean, yes, they do lie about Earth being spherical on the news, but that isn't the arbiter of why news is there to lie to you, is it? But it's been connected. So, I don't know. If I can communicate with people and they appreciate that I'm talking to them as an individual, rather than me appealing to them like a Jehovah's Witness wants to gain more numbers for his group, if people can recognise that you as the individual, recognising Earth's flat means you can detach yourself from certain fear porn, and that's a good thing, then great. I will be delighted that that message gets across. But the more the people around me want to, you know, increase the numbers of flat Earth, you're trying to draw a consensus just because it feels like there's a need to mirror the consensus in globe faith. It only needed globe faith, that is, consensus, because it wasn't real. So you can only achieve an air of reality by having a consensus belief in it. Flat Earth doesn't have that necessity. I don't need a consensus behind me to know it's flat, do I? So why try and build one?
Nicely said, Nathan. Really enjoyed listening to all that. I did like the way you. I was laughing to myself when you Well, I was pointing out before about the finances and the globe. Yeah, it's just weather. And they've tied it in with the, the apparent shape of the Earth. So, yeah, I got that. But sorry, I'm going to have to shoot. I've just got a call off coming in, a phone call coming in that I've got to take. Sorry.
Yeah, but global warming is just a way of saying the freaking weather's coming to get you. That's all it is. Tying it to globe doesn't mean much in my humble opinion. But that's where they're suggesting the finances are being, pumped. That would be the global emergency. Like, what, the weather?
How much have they changed that global warming and climate change rhetoric over our lifetime? It started off global warming, global cooling, global warming, CFCs, and now it's climate change.
Yeah. It's just the same old recycled shit, isn't it?
Yep. Is that making a noise for you guys when someone joins, or is it just on my end?
Yeah, we always get it. When anybody joins, you get a boom. So it seems that my cable's out again. Somebody's working on it, though. And I'm missing England and whoever they're playing, Coastal, whatever. Usually losing 1-0, though. What's going on with that?
Yeah, I just popped in a shop to get some cigarettes and I saw it was 1-0. I have no idea who they're playing, though.
Germany got knocked out. All right. Who else got knocked out? There was another big team that got knocked out. Got who it was.
Brazil?
No. Brazil didn't get knocked out. Netherlands won, so Holland is still going. He actually got the game-winning goal. Mexico knocked out Honduras. So I think the Americans are playing today or tomorrow. Yeah, we play tonight at 7 o'clock my time. So you're playing Congo. What is that? DR Congo? Democratic Republic of Congo? I'm guessing.
Yeah, it sounds like a team that we shouldn't be getting beaten by, to be honest.
Well, I don't know what half these teams are doing. It's like they get a goal lead and they sit back and they play defense instead of, doing what they were doing that got them the lead. It's like in American football, they get a lead and they start playing prevent defense. I call it you're just preventing a win. And since when are these countries getting all of these big names? Bosnia and Herzegovina?
Bosnia-Herzegovina.
How's it pronounced?
Herzegovina. Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Herzegovina.
Governor,
Well, what governor are they hurting? Jeez. Bosnia, leave your governors alone.
Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Nathan, being a conspiratard, I bet you can tell us loads of information on the Bosnian pyramids.
The Bosnian pyramids?
My wife was telling me something about that. There's pyramids everywhere.
All right, so you didn't even know about that, then, Nathan?
No.
Oh, it was a good few years ago since I seen it. But, yeah, there's apparently pyramids in Bosnia. I can't remember the guy who's looking into it, but called a whack, told it was all bullshit, but there's obvious tunnels and structures and a pyramid-shaped bit of terrain that's all overgrown.
Yeah, I seen that. There's supposedly pyramids everywhere. But are they the pyramids that are the pyramids? Or are they something that, hey, kind of could if you really look at it. Like is that what we're talking about?
Neil.
Like how these things could be freaking trees?
No, I think the most important question about pyramids is which type of alien built them. Was it the Mantis? Was it the Nordics? Or was it the Greys?
It's got to be the Nordics.
The Irish.
Got to be the Nords. Because, why? Well, here's the other thing, too, that these structures are massive supposed buildings that were destroyed by the mud flood. These were the giants, the fallen angels.
Yeah.
That impregnated women, and the giants occurred.
Right. The buildings hold the stargates. That's correct, Neil.
Talk about that every day. Your channel will grow.
And Mia Jokovic will come along and turn up in bandage straps, defeat the aliens with their fifth element powers. Multipass.
Oh. Well, that thing that was in my room last night, man.
Shouldn't talk about your wife like that. That's outrageous.
That freaking thing was an alien.
Are you talking about your wife? That's outrageous.
That creature that flew past my wife's ear and onto my pillow when I wasn't there, thank God. I'm telling you, this thing would have landed, Nathan. Where I seen it on the pillow would have been right on my mouth if I was laying there. Oh my God. I'm getting the chills thinking about it now.
Technically, your missus could have been an alien if she wasn't born in America.
She wasn't. She is an alien.
There we go.
She's born in Guyana.
Ask her if she built the pyramids.
She's my alien wife. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are very, very, very upset about the amount of time I spend here.
And where?
On YouTube and online, doing this. Very upset about that. They're really concerned. All of this time, I could have been doing something constructive.
Like what?
Don't ask me. It's like, I don't even know what that person is doing. I really don't care what that person is doing. Why are they worrying about what I'm doing? Do people know how to mind their own business? That was my issue with Vax. Mind your effing business. If it don't pertain to you, on your business. Oh, well, you posted it right where everybody can see it. Yeah, because that's how the idiot was responding to me. I kept telling him, take it to a private freaking DM room, one-on-one, you and I. No, but he wanted to do it in public. Anyway, that's the problem. And that's always a problem. You'll find most of your conflicts are people not minding their business. Busybodies.
Yes, I agree, Neil. Tell me more about Whitsit's wife leaving him.
Yeah, that's terrible. Why
He's very ugly.
These are things that hold on. These are things that I heard from being on, your show. I hear them through the grapevine.
From the very conscientious people who inquire about these things.
Yeah, but I technically I don't even know if that's legit about Whitsit, but I did hear that a while ago. That him and his missus are no longer together.
Micktoon's been reveling in it, going on about he's moved back with his parents and all this kind of crap.
See, I don't find joy in that. To me, that's horrible. Because you got married, you brought a child into the world, and who does that affect? The child. Same thing with German. I feel bad for the guy. Picked a smoking hot wife, but they didn't realize her being smoking hot means that you got to be with her 24/7. And if you're not,
He's getting paid enough to shill for the globe, isn't he?
yeah, but can you get paid enough where you'll allow your family life to just deteriorate to the point of separation and having a half brother or sister for your child, and then losing your best friend? Because, I mean, they can't be best friends anymore. It's going to be like that car song. She's my best friend's girl. She used to be mine. Well,
Please don't do that.
what are you going to do? What's the other one? Jesse's girl. This guy was singing it wrong, though. He was saying, I wish that I had Jaren's girl. And then he went to Antarctica. So he was able to get Jaren's girl. I don't know if he wanted to get her pregnant. That's neither here nor there. But this is what happens. These are the results. These are the fruits you get when you go on a show and mock people and lie about them and call them scammers when they're just trying to correct you.
Yeah.
Say, hey, listen, you could be more beneficial to us if you understand the scientific method. He's a scammer.
Yeah, the irony. Somebody who's giving relationship advice and counselling behind a paywall ends up with his wife banging his mate, getting pregnant by her. Like, yeah, you're a scammer, Jaren. I hope you gave some refunds for all those people you gave shit advice for. Money.
I don't recall ever giving you money for advice. I don't recall ever giving you money for anything. So what were you scamming us on? I'm trying to figure that out. I'm trying to figure out what your scam was.
Do you not remember I had relationship counselling behind a paywall? Do you not remember?
No.
That's because I didn't do that. That was something Jaren did while his mate was banging his wife, making him an absolutely useless example of a counsellor, aka a scammer.
But you were properly defining the scientific method. So how's that a scam? How's that I'm trying to figure that out.
I don't know. What I do know is that Jaren had the ear of a tremendous number of fellow flat earthers who now I don't give a shit about. I just see them all as conspiratards that weren't worthy of our time anyway. Like, yes, people would say they're your people. You're like, yeah, but they're people who've come to this subject not because they want to show Earth's flat. They've been given controlled opposition narratives and they're regurgitating them. And the fact that someone like Jaren is telling those people that I'm a scammer, it's like now, a few years later, you're like, who cares? None of those people are of any consequence anyway. Just fart-sniffing hippies, most of them, who were getting relationship advice off people like Jaren. Like, well, they were obviously all dumb, weren't they? There's no other words for it.
Yes, so you're saying it doesn't matter.
So as much as I was annoyed at Jaren for suggesting I was a scammer while he was bleeding people dry as his mate was banging his wife, well, who cares? Like I say, the only people who fell for that scam with Jaren and his relationship counselling were dumbos. And we didn't need them, so who cares?
Right, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't even matter anymore because if you were going to listen to that nonsense, then we don't want you back, right?
Yeah. It seemed important at the time because, then less so, then more so than now, I was more dependent on the YouTube ad revenue. So when I used to take a dip, it was massively influential over me, and people did desert me as a result of Jaren saying I was a scammer. Same when Dave Weiss badmouthed me, like shut down conversations about me. You're like, oh, wow, amazing.
There's still hope for Weiss, though. I still, for some reason, I see you breaking down to him and grasping it and falling in line, should I say, getting straightened out.
I don't know about that. I don't think he can take criticism in the slightest.
It's not, Nathan wouldn't put it forth as criticism. He would just be giving him a game-ending tool, should you say.
Dave Weiss lauded over how he had Jaron and Witsit on his boat. His motivation is purely financial. Dave Weiss is only here to believe people drive for app money. The fact that he's propped up by people like Mark Sargent and others who will constantly shout out and promote his app is the reason that Dave Weiss is as successful as he is. You know, his mercenary nature has led him to lord over the fact that he can take that money and turn it into a boat, and then have the people who are highly detrimental to the subject matter on that boat as he entertains them. Now, that's somebody without any moral, any scruples. He doesn't give the tiniest of shits how detrimental the people he's actually supported and propped up are, like Jaron. Like, is Dave Weiss suddenly taking a step back and going, I'm really sorry I backed this horse? Of course he's not.
I wonder if he's even reaching out to the man when he's, of course, the man's in time of need, right? He lost his wife, and not only did he lose his wife, but she's pregnant from his best friend. Is Dave Weiss reaching out to him and saying, hey, friend of mine, forget about what happened in Antarctica. I'm here to just, be there for you.
Maybe he is. Yeah, Dave tends to pick up on the stuff that's about 5 years old. So once it's completely out of date and everybody's so used to it that they're parroting it as second nature, then he'll start to parrot it. So when he starts talking about Tor values, it makes me cringe. He says that the space is 17 Tor. You're like, what the fuck are you babbling about, you dim-witted wanker? You don't have the slightest fucking clue what you're talking about. It's a rhetoric that we've been saying for about the last 7 years, but Dave Weiss can't even cope with the measurement. That's now completely stale and out of date. Like, why are you describing what a globe believer suggests is the outer space sky vacuum value at 10 to the minus 17 Tor in their rhetoric that we've completely relinquished at this point? On the cutting edge, we're going, we don't want any part of that rhetoric no more. It's irrelevant to the measurements of Earth's flat surface. Meanwhile, Dave's parroting it and getting it wrong. 17 Tor, you say, dumbass? Like, you can't even get the crappy old dusty out-of-date rhetoric right.
Maybe he was talking about America's military tours, like they're on their 17th tour. You sure?
Now, he's talking about the space that we've detached ourselves from completely at this stage, and just getting the value wrong, calling it 17 Tor. And every time I hear it on a shorts video that I scroll through, I'm like, number one, why am I being presented with this? Is it just to mock me? Is it to piss me off that this shit that's completely incongruent with the natural rhetoric of heliocentrism, because it's got the wrong fucking value, is what's promoted on my shorts feed? Well, yes, of course that's going to piss me off. Maybe that's why it's being presented. Look, if you were just a wanker and got stuff completely wrong when it's 7 years out of date, you'd have your videos on the forefront of the shorts feed. But you're not, are you? You're not getting it so wrong that you're an embarrassment. Dave is. So have a bit of Dave.
Yeah, what a shame.
No, it tells me that back in the day when we were reasonably well supported in the algorithm, it was because we were ignorant as shit and looking dumb as fuck. That's why. Look, we can promote these people as the idiots that you fart-sniffing dweebs who've invested in heliocentrism can easily brace against. Look how stupid they are. They know what the hell they're talking about. Go and tell them that. That's where we fit into the equation when we were being promoted. We're being held up. Look, idiots over here. That's why we were being promoted. That's why 300 live viewers. Now, well, there's no argument. Earth's measured flat. It's the end of the discussion. Instead of 300 live viewers, 9.
40.
Well, with the premiering streams that I put out, there's single digits occasionally. I mean, don't get me wrong, they do eventually increase. But you look at it in the first half an hour and go, there's 9 people watching this. You know, it's a far cry from the 300 people that are watching. Why? Well, because our rhetoric's been so heavily refined to the point where we've taken it to the point where there is no argument anymore. It's unequivocally flat for everybody. So therefore, we need to be as heavily censored as could possibly be. Like I say, whilst our counterparts, who haven't got the slightest fucking clue, have been repeating the same shit so they can flog an app for years, they'll get promoted, of course.
That's just the way it is.
Yeah, like another little beacon. Look, here's an idiot you can tell the world is wrong.
It's crazy though, because I remember when you used to put out the Uncut and After Show, there would be, you're right, there would be a lot of people in the chat. Now it's a struggle. Sometimes it's just me and Stacey having a conversation.
Yeah, it's because it's not being put in front of anybody. That's why.
Yeah, I know. And a lot of them are good freaking shows. Most of them are.
Yeah, they're
like
all
I'm
good
hearing
shows.
some of the stuff.
The
right, I'm
rhetoric is
hearing how
about
you
as
break
concise
things.
as it could get. In terms of if a newbie came, listened to what we had to say for more than 5 minutes, they'd leave knowing Earth's flat. So that's the point where we get the absolute most horrendous censorship that could be imagined and bestowed upon us. Well, like I say, people who are still talking about sky vacuums and globe Earths not being true and seeing too far, well, they'll get heavily pushed up the algorithm so that they can be braced against by the wankers that say it is globe-shaped. So they're still serving the same psyop narrative purpose when they get garbage arguments to be braced against by their opponent. Then it's still perceived to be debate structure that was being towed, the line was being towed by us up until this point, right? As soon as we got to the point that we started talking about Earth being measured flat was when we were severed from any connection with the public.
Yeah, but that's the aftermath, isn't it? I mean, maybe that's what Neil touched on it the other day. I mean, maybe you should change the name to Flat Earth Debate, the aftermath, because that's what we're talking about. You know, people, you know, that's just the aftermath of what's correct, measured flat.
It's not going to change algorithmically how I get censored. Like, somebody has gone out of their way to put the kibosh on what I do. It's not generally algorithmically because I'm a particular category. Previously, I could say I get censored, as do, and then list off a whole bunch of people who are similar to myself talking about the subject. Now, it's beyond that. Like, to go out of their way to unsubscribe people from the channel who are not only subscribed watchers is more egregious a censorship than I've ever encountered prior to now. Like, it is an outrage. So just changing the title.
What else can they do, Nathan? They've got nothing else to come back at you except censor you even more.
Yeah, but the next step is, rather than getting single digits, like, oh, there's 8 people watching on a channel with 20,000 subscribers, next step is, well, there's no one watching. Yeah, you can see that it's going out, but literally nobody else can. So nobody's watching. You're like, what? Okay.
Yeah, and that's direct. You know, I got notifications on when you're on YouTube. I don't get them, even though it's on. So yeah, it's direct censorship. Yeah.
Yeah, which is heartbreaking. Like I say, it's more heartbreaking when you see people who've got shite rhetoric that are only, like the things I get accused of, you're only here for the money. Like, what money? What are you talking about? But then you see somebody who does the same job that's getting it wrong, doing a crap job, and they do get a little bit of censorship, but generally speaking, you can still find them. And you go, well, why can this person be found? And then you listen to them for 10 seconds and go, oh, because you're coming across as an idiot and that's useful.
What a shame.
Millimeter, it be accurately measured. It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, flight over ground, descending from that breeze.